daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear stories from Andrew Smith, Jill Robbins, and Brian Lynn. Later, Anna Mateo presents this week's Health and Lifestyle Report. Finally, we hear today's lesson of the day from Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins. But first,
American pop singer and songwriter Taylor Swift won Album of the Year for Midnights on Sunday at the Grammy Awards. She has now won that award 4 times, breaking the record for wins in that category. Frank Sinatra, Paul Simon, and Stevie Wonder each won the award 3 times. An album is a collection of songs on a single recording. For me, the award is the work, Swift said. All I want to do is keep doing it. Earlier, when receiving another Grammy for Best Pop Vocal Album for Midnights, she shared a surprise. She announced that her new album, The Tortured Poets Department, will be released April 19th.
Women earned the biggest awards and gave the majority of the performances on the American television broadcast. Of the 8 nominees for Song of the Year, 7 were performed by women. Billie Eilish's song from the movie Barbie, What Was I Made For?, won Song of the Year for her and co-writer Phineas O'Connell, her brother. Miley Cyrus won Record of the Year for her song Flowers. The Record of the Year recognizes the best-sounding recording of a particular song. Flowers also earned Cyrus the award for Best Pop Solo Performance. Solana Imani-Ro, known professionally as SZA, won for Best R&B Song, Snooze. R&B stands for Rhythm and Blues. SZA also won for Best Pop Duo Group Performance for Ghost in the Machine with Phoebe Bridgers. Rock group Boy Genius, whose 3 members are women and include Bridgers, won Best Rock Song and Best Rock Performance for their song Not Strong Enough. The group also won a Grammy for Alternative Album of the Year. Their album is simply named The Record. Victoria Monet won the Grammy for Best New Artist. But it has taken her years of work to become a successful performer. Thanks to my mom, a single mom raising this really bad girl, said Monet when she received her award. Then she started to cry, adding that this award was 15 years in the making. Carol G. of Colombia became the first female performer to win Best Música Urbana Album for Mañana Será Bonito.
The Grammys added 3 new categories this year: African Music Performance, Alternative Jazz Album, and Pop Dance Recording. Women were the winners in each of them. South African singer Tyla won the African Music Performance Grammy for her hit song, Water. I never thought I'd say I won a Grammy at 21 years old, she said in her acceptance speech. Last year, God decided to change my whole life. Michelle Ndegeocello, an American singer-songwriter, rapper, and bass player, won Best Alternative Jazz Album. And Kylie Minogue of Australia won Best Pop Dance Recording for her hit Potom Potom. Rapper Killer Mike won 3 awards Sunday, his first since winning a Grammy in 2003. He won Best Rap Performance for Scientists and Engineers, which featured Andre 3000, Future, and Aaron Allen Kane. The performers won for Best Rap Song for the same song. Killer Mike also received the award for Best Rap Album for Michael. Jay-Z won the Dr. Dre Global Impact Award. Jay-Z has won 24 Grammys and has been nominated 88 times. He spoke about the times that rap artists did not get enough attention from the Grammys, although they sold lots of recordings. Jay-Z's wife, Beyoncé, has won 32 Grammys, more than any other artist. Because she has won so many, Jay-Z thinks it is unfair that she has never won Album of the Year. Think about that. The most Grammys, never won Album of the Year. That doesn't work, Jay-Z said. When I get nervous, I tell the truth, he added.
The awards show included performers both young and old. American pop singer and songwriter Olivia Rodrigo, aged 20, was nominated for 6 Grammys, including top awards such as Song of the Year and Album of the Year. Singer and songwriter Joni Mitchell, aged 80, won for Best Folk Album. It was her 11th Grammy win. She performed Both Sides Now from her 1969 album Clouds. Mitchell suffered a brain aneurysm in 2015 and has had to relearn how to walk and speak. American singer and songwriter Billy Joel, 74, ended the awards show with 2 performances. First, he played his new song, Turn the Lights Back On. It is his first pop music release since 1993. Later, he played his 1980 hit, You May Be Right. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
Russia's space agency, Roscosmos, says cosmonaut Oleg Kononenko has broken the world record for total time spent in space. Kononenko passed the record Sunday after spending more than 878 days and 12 hours in orbit aboard the International Space Station, ISS. The previous record was set in 2015 by another cosmonaut, Gennady Padalka, who spent 878 days and 11 and a half hours in space. The 59-year-old Kononenko has so far made 5 trips to the ISS. The first one came in 2008. Kononenko told Russia's state-supported news agency, TASS, that each trip he took to the ISS required careful preparation. This is because the orbiting space lab is always getting upgrades. Kononenko said his repeated space trips represent the realization of a childhood dream to become a cosmonaut. I fly into space to do what I love, not to set records, he told TASS. He added that his continued interest in living and working in orbit motivates him to keep flying. Kononenko's current trip to the ISS began on September 15, 2023. He arrived along with American astronaut Laurel O'Hara and cosmonaut Nikolai Chub. Kononenko's service on the ISS is continuing. He is expected to reach a total of 1,000 days in space on June 5th. His current flight is expected to end in late September. By then, he will have spent at least 1,110 days in space. Kononenko said he worked out often aboard the ISS to help him deal with the physical effects of weightlessness. He added that he realizes the social effects of his long stays on the ISS when he returns back to Earth. It is only upon returning home that the realization comes that for hundreds of days in my absence, the children have been growing up without a papa, Kononenko said. No one will return this time to me. Kononenko noted that cosmonauts are now able to use video calls and messaging to stay in better touch with their family. He said one of the most difficult things about being a cosmonaut is getting ready for each new space flight. The profession of a cosmonaut is becoming more complicated, Kononenko said. The systems and experiments are becoming more complicated. The ISS is one of only a few areas where the United States and Russia still closely cooperate after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Roscosmos announced in December that its program with the American Space Agency, NASA, to transport astronauts to the ISS had been extended until 2025. I'm Brian Lynn.
From VOA Learning English, this is the Health and Lifestyle Report. During the Southern Hemisphere summer, South America is experiencing a sharp increase in cases of dengue, a mosquito-borne disease common in much of Latin America. The symptoms, or signs, of dengue are high fever, extreme tiredness, muscle pain, and internal bleeding. In Brazil, dengue is often called break bone fever for the severe joint pain it causes. Sometimes people with the disease show no symptoms, but dengue can be deadly. In Brazil, officials plan to start a new dengue vaccine campaign. The program, which could begin within days, will make Brazil the first country in the world to offer dengue vaccine. In January, Brazil also started spraying insecticide from trucks as the disease spread to earlier, unaffected areas. Because of the increase in dengue cases, hospitals in Paraguay have set up health centers at night to care for the sick. In 2023, cases of dengue have set record highs in Latin America. Health official records show Argentina with a sharp increase of 12,500 cases of dengue last December. It is a big jump compared with the same period a year ago. The increase has led to health warnings and shortages of insect repellent. Repellent sold out everywhere. There were literal clouds of mosquitoes. Laura Ledesma told Reuters from Argentina's capital of Buenos Aires. She added that there were signs the situation had begun to improve. Scientists say the spread of dengue in South America and other areas is worsened by rising temperatures and the El Niño weather pattern in the Pacific. Both events also add to a longer dengue season. Climate change has expanded the range for mosquitoes to breed, both in the Americas and globally, Thais dos Santos told Reuters. He specializes in insect-borne diseases at the Pan American Health Organization, or PAHO for short. PAHO information shows 4.2 million cases of dengue and 2,050 deaths in the Americas last year. Much of that was in the so-called Southern Cone of South America. The December-February southern summer months bring hot and humid conditions for mosquitoes to breed. This helps to spread the possibly deadly disease. Recently, people in Brasilia lined up outside medical centers set up to test for dengue. Dengue cases in the Brazilian capital have increased by as much as 646% in the first 20 days of January compared with last year. Nelson Diego, 37, tested positive for dengue in the Brasilia neighborhood of Recanto das Emas, where spraying has started. He said he was suffering from muscle pain and extreme tiredness from the disease, though some days were more difficult than others. Today is one of the better days because I can still open my eyes, he said. I have a lot of pain in my joints and couldn't walk before. And that's the Health and Lifestyle Report. I'm Anna Mateo.
Anna Mateo is here now to talk more about her Health and Lifestyle Report.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for having me.
Anna, during the Southern Hemisphere summer, South America is experiencing a sharp increase in cases of a disease called dengue. First of all, how is dengue spread, Anna?
Dengue is a disease common in much of Latin America, and it is spread by mosquitoes. So it is a mosquito-borne disease.
It is important to note that adding the word borne helps us explain how illnesses are spread. Some diseases are airborne, others are foodborne. And in this case, dengue is mosquito-borne.
That's right. And because mosquitoes spread the disease, experts say that longer breeding seasons and larger areas suitable for mosquitoes have led to this increase in dengue cases.
What are health officials doing to address this sharp increase in cases?
Well, in Brazil, officials plan to start a new dengue vaccine campaign. This will make Brazil the first country in the world to offer dengue vaccine. Brazil has also started spraying insecticide from trucks, and hospitals in Paraguay have set up emergency health centers to help care for the sick.
Well, thank you for that information, Anna.
My pleasure, Ashley. Thanks for having me.
And now it's time for the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Andrew Smith, and I'm joined by Dr. Jill Robbins. Hi, Jill.
Hi, Andrew.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's learn English. The series shows Ana Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Ana introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Ana Mateo.
In our previous lesson, we listened to Lesson 17 of Level 2 of the series. The story of Lesson 17 continues in Lesson 18.
In the story, Ana and Pete each have to take care of a baby for 1 week. But their babies are not real. Instead, they are bags of flour.
Ana's boss, Ms. Weaver, wants Ana and Pete to learn about single parents who take care of children by themselves. To do this, she tells Ana and Pete to keep their bags of flour with them at all times.
Today, we'll find out how well Ana and Pete took care of their flour babies. And like Lesson 17, Lesson 18 uses many reflexive pronouns, which we taught in our previous lesson of the day. Those are pronouns such as myself, yourself, itself, themselves, and so on.
But Lesson 18 teaches one more thing. It reminds us that when we use a preposition of place, such as the words next to, around, near to, or beside, we cannot use reflexive pronouns after them. Instead, we just use object pronouns.
For example, we simply say next to me, next to you, next to him, next to them, and so on.
Now let's join Lesson 18 and see how well Pete and Ana took care of their flower babies.
Okay, Pete, let me see your research first. That's a heavy binder. And you and your baby look great.
Thanks, Miss Weaver. We feel great.
Ana, you're next. Ana, Ana, wake up.
I'm here, baby. I'm here. Here's your bottle.
Ana, you and your baby look awful. What happened?
Well, I took her everywhere. And I fed her every 3 hours. So I haven't slept since... What day is it?
It's Friday. What happened there?
Oh, that. I was making myself a salad and had a little accident with a knife. I put my flower baby in front of me, and then I accidentally stabbed it. But I gave it first aid.
Is that a burn?
Yes, it is. While I was making myself dinner, I put baby next to me. I accidentally knocked her into the sink, so I put her in the microwave to dry. That's when she caught fire.
This doesn't sound too good for Ana or her flower baby. Listeners, do you think Ana is able to take care of a baby by herself? What do you think Ms. Weaver will say? And Jill, here's a question for you. When your children were babies, did you have to take care of them by yourself?
No, I had help from my husband and friends and in-laws. Just like language learning, it helps when you have a guide, a more experienced person to help you. My mother-in-law had 7 kids, so she had a lot of experience.
Well, I think that was probably helpful. It sure does help to have a guide. On the other hand, what do you think are some of the things language learners need to do, or perhaps sometimes need to do, by themselves?
Practice using new words, of course, but it's hard to do that by yourself. You need a conversation partner, unless you're just learning to read and write a language. And the thing that you would really need to do by yourself is to read in that language. I think reading is a great way to build your vocabulary.
I do too, and it's enjoyable. And you know, with the internet, There are lots of ways to teach yourself many different skills. I know, for example, that I've learned how to fix some things on my car by watching tutorials. That's spelled tutorials, which are videos where someone teaches you how to do something.
It can be fun to teach yourself, but on the other hand, I think we need a personal connection. And sometimes there's no substitute for working with the teacher.
I agree, and that's a good expression to know. There's no substitute for. That means there is nothing that can be as good as what you had. Jill, do you think robots will ever be a substitute for human teachers?
I think they already are in a way. Language learning apps and artificial intelligence or AI programs help people learn languages by themselves, but they are not yet substitutes for the real human connection of a person.
That's true. However, robots don't seem to get angry or impatient if we don't do our homework or don't listen carefully.
Well, we could program the robots to show emotions if we wanted them to be more like ourselves.
That's true, but we might have to be careful about that. It is interesting to think about. And Jill, you just used the reflexive pronoun ourselves, which reminds me that we should listen to the end of the story from Lesson 18. Anna has stabbed her bag of flour with a knife and has also burned it. Let's see what Ms. Weaver has to say.
Anna, you should be very proud of yourself.
Proud? She stabbed and burned her baby, and she only did 1 page of research, and it's covered in milk. Ugh.
Yes, Pete, but she followed instructions.
Hey, I did the...
Please, Pete. Anna, I think your baby has lost some weight. Is there something else you want to share?
Yes, I'd like to share these. I made them myself this morning.
You baked your baby? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I baked them at the end of the experiment, Pete. At that point, this was just a bag of flour.
It was always just a bag of flour.
Pete, will you listen to yourself? You sound crazy.
I sound crazy. This whole experiment was crazy. She was the one who carried her around and fed it and what... That is good.
At the end, Ms. Weaver says Anna did a good job because she stayed with her baby at all times. But Pete left his baby alone. Even though his baby did not get hurt, he did not really take care of it.
The poor flower baby. But Anna still gives him a cookie at the end.
All's well that ends well, I guess. Listeners, are there things you have taught yourself? What kinds of things can you learn by yourself? Write to us and let us know.
You can send your email to english@voanews.com.
And we will reply by ourselves. Remember, you can also find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Thanks for listening. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
That's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear stories from Andrew Smith, Dan Friedel, and Jill Robbins. Later, Dan Novak presents this week's education report. Finally, John Russell has today's lesson of the day. But first,
Boeing announced this week that it was delaying the delivery of about 50 new planes to its customers because of a newly discovered manufacturing problem. The American airplane company is under increased scrutiny after part of one of its latest 737 passenger airplanes blew open mid-flight in early January. The unused door opening of an Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 blew out on January 5th as it took off from Portland, Oregon. The part is called a door plug. It closes off a space that would normally have an emergency exit in it. The door plug permits air carriers to have a few more seats on the plane instead of the exit. No one was hurt in the Alaska Airlines incident, but the plane suffered serious damage. Investigators said bolts meant to secure the door plug were not tightened properly. Many airplanes owned by Alaska Airlines and United Airlines were prevented from flying as the panels were fixed. Most are now flying again. The American Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, restricted the production of MAX 9 planes until it is satisfied with Boeing's safety measures. Now, another problem has come up. An employee of a company that makes parts for Boeing said some holes were not drilled correctly in the window frames of some MAX jets. That company, Spirit Aerosystems, is also being looked at in more detail after the Alaska Airlines incident. Its parts were used to secure the door that blew out in January. One of Boeing's top leaders is Stan Deal. In a letter, Deal wrote that the company would have to perform rework on about 50 undelivered planes, but it is not a safety problem for airplanes currently in use. The continued problems caused the leader of another airline, Emirates, to criticize Boeing. Tim Clark is the president of Emirates, a major airline based in Dubai. He noted a progressive decline. He said, "The manufacturer must instill a safety culture which is second to none," noting the company's leaders likely understand this is their last chance to regain lost confidence. Both United Airlines and Alaska Airlines have expressed their anger at Boeing in recent weeks. United's leader, Scott Kirby, said it may consider purchasing planes from another manufacturer in the future. The FAA said it is paying more attention to Boeing's large production center in Washington state. Jody Baker is the agency's Deputy Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety. Baker said the FAA plans to visit the factory and talk with employees who build the airplanes to find out about their concerns and the company's safety culture. Because of the recent problems, Boeing said it would withdraw a request it made with the FAA. The company wanted permission to deliver a smaller version of the 737 MAX airplane before redesigning a system that prevents the buildup of ice on engine inlets. I'm Dan Friedel.
King Charles's cancer was caught early, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said Tuesday. Sunak added that the nation is hopeful the king can make a full recovery. Buckingham Palace officials announced on Monday that the 75-year-old king had a form of cancer and would postpone his public appearances to receive treatment. The palace added that Charles was wholly positive and looking forward to returning to public work as soon as possible. Charles has been king for less than 18 months. He became king following the death of his mother, Queen Elizabeth. He is planning to continue his weekly meetings with the Prime Minister and dealing with state papers. Charles's son, Prince William, is first in line to the throne. He is expected to fill in for some of Charles's duties. His younger son, Prince Harry, who has a troubled relationship with the family, arrived Tuesday from California to visit the king. Sunak said he had been shocked and sad at the news. All our thoughts are with him and his family. You know, thankfully, this has been caught early, Sunak told BBC Radio. Sunak said he was in regular contact with the king. That will, of course, continue as normal, he said. U.S. President Joe Biden expressed his concern on Monday and said he planned to call the king later. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau wrote on the social media service X, "We're sending him our very best wishes and hoping for a fast and full recovery." The cancer was discovered recently when Charles stayed 3 nights in the hospital. At the time, he was undergoing a medical procedure for a non-cancerous enlarged prostate. Buckingham Palace officials have said he does not have prostate cancer. But they did not give any additional details about the kind of cancer the king has. The British royal family usually keeps medical issues private. But the palace said Charles wanted to make his diagnosis public. He is a backer of several cancer-related charities. Charles's treatment will likely draw attention to the long waiting times for cancer patients under Britain's state-run National Health Service, or NHS. Survival rates for cancer in Britain are lower than those of other European countries. A January NHS report shows that Britain is behind for 9 out of 10 of the most common kinds of cancer. I'm Andrew Smith.
Inside a recording room at Queen Mary University of London, several researchers are working with new artificial intelligence, or AI, tools. Their aim is to develop what they call the new virtual worlds of music. Andrea Martinelli and Max Graf are among more than 30 doctoral students working with Matteo Barté, a senior lecturer in digital media. They are exploring the possibilities of computational creativity and generative AI. Generative AI is a term that describes technology tools designed to operate at human levels. Together, the researchers have set up a futuristic studio where music meets cutting-edge technology. Groff showed off a virtual instrument to reporters with the Reuters news agency. Groff calls the instrument Nets. Nets is played through an augmented reality headset. Augmented reality equipment combines the real world with computer-created content. The device Groff uses follows body movements to create musical sounds like notes and chords. Martinelli played a hitar, a guitar with AI sensors added to it. The sensors can read his movements to create percussive or drum-like sounds. These sounds cannot be made with a normal guitar. AI can be found in music making dating back to the 1950s. But recent progress in generative AI has led to divided opinions on the technology. Generative AI grew in popularity last year thanks to the ChatGPT language system. Generative AI can create new sounds, words for music, or entire songs on its own. But artists usually use simpler AI to add to their sound. British musician Youngblood said he believes AI can help his music go to another direction. Other musicians worry that the technology could go too far. Amy Love plays in the English rock group Nova Twins. She said she is not in favor of music that includes artificially generated voices of actual artists. She said she feels the same way about using dead artists' voices in songs. In November, the Beatles released the song Now and Then. It is considered the group's last song and includes the voice of Beatles musician John Lennon, who died in 1980. Lennon's voice sounds were taken from an old recording and recreated with AI. New York City-based entertainment company Warner Music said in November it was partnering with the estate of the late French singer Edith Piaf to recreate her voice using AI. Many experts say AI raises legal and ethical concerns. But guidelines on generative AI are still only in their early stage. Barthe said, "I think AI can have its place in the music production chain." But he added that is only possible if the technology is guided in the right way and if there are rules in place to make sure that musicians keep some amount of control. I'm Jill Robbins.
Schools around the United States are installing sensors and cameras to identify possible use of vaping devices. Some administrators are also ordering serious punishments for use of the devices on school property. Aaliyah Iglesias faced such punishment in her last year of high school in Texas. In February of 2023, school administrators caught her vaping in a bathroom. Suddenly, so much of her high school experience was under threat. Her student council presidency, her position as debate team captain, and her planned attendance at the graduation ceremony in May. She even faced possible loss of her college scholarships as a result of violating the vaping rules. She was sent to the district's alternative school for 30 days and was told she could have faced criminal charges. School observation equipment was used to catch Iglesias vaping. Many schools have installed the equipment without informing students. Students found vaping can also be charged with a misdemeanor and fined up to $100. Students found with vapes containing THC, the chemical that makes marijuana users feel high, can be arrested on felony charges. At least 90 students in the Tyler school system where Iglesias was a student have faced misdemeanor or felony charges. School systems around the U.S. have invested millions of dollars in the observation or surveillance technology. Administrators have used federal COVID-19 emergency relief money to buy the equipment. Marketing materials have noted the sensors, at a cost of over $1,000 each, check air quality to help fight the virus. Vapes are a major problem at many middle and high schools. The devices release vapor containing the highly addictive chemical nicotine. Millions of minors report vaping despite efforts to limit sales to kids by raising the legal age to 21 and a ban on flavored products. Some districts combine the sensors with surveillance cameras. When activated by a vaping sensor, those cameras turn on so violators might be identified. The Tyler, Texas schools, among others in America, have what they call a zero-tolerance policy on vaping. The school system says that tracking vape usage deals with a problem that is hurting children's health. It would not comment on punishments of students. A leading provider, Halo Smart Sensors, sells 90% to 95% of its sensors to schools. The sensors do not have cameras or record audio, but can detect increases in noise in a school bathroom and inform school officials of that immediately, said Rick Cadiz. He is Vice President of Sales and Marketing for IP Video, the maker of Halo sensors. The sensors are marketed mainly for detecting vape smoke or THC, but they also can detect sounds like gunshots or words that are signs of possible bullying. During the pandemic, Halo noted on its website that indoor air quality observation was an approved use for federal COVID relief money. Schools now can use some of the almost $440 million vape maker Juul is paying to settle a legal action against it. The claim accused Juul of marketing its products to youth, Cadiz said. All it's doing is alerting that something's going on, he said. You need someone to physically investigate the alert that comes out. At the Coppell Independent School District in Texas, sensors are part of a vaping prevention plan that includes educational videos and a tip line. Students can receive $50 for reporting on violators. Jennifer Valines, the district's Director of Student and Staff Services, said students were turning each other in right and left. Students can be sent to an alternative school or serve in-school suspensions, but are not expelled for vaping, she said. Iglesias's punishment included having to step down as student council president and debate captain and leaving the National Honor Society. At the alternative school where she spent a month, students do their studies without attending classes. Iglesias was still able to attend her final school dance and graduation ceremony. Her college scholarship was not withdrawn either. She now attends Tyler Junior College. For her, the punishments for vaping go too far. The people that make these policies and implement these things sit in a room and do not walk the campuses or see the results, Iglesias said. I'm Dan Novak.
Dan Novak joins me now to talk more about today's education report. Hi, Dan. Welcome.
Hi, Ashley.
There is an important phrase in the story that I was hoping you could define. Zero tolerance. What does this mean?
Sure. You often hear the term zero tolerance in relation to some sort of bad behavior at school that is considered unacceptable. It basically means that the behavior is strictly enforced. Zero tolerance usually means that if a student is caught doing that thing just one time, they're in trouble. They don't get another chance. Schools may have zero tolerance policies for things like bringing weapons or illegal drugs to school.
So schools have zero tolerance policies for other things. Why is a zero tolerance policy for vaping any different?
Well, vaping contains nicotine, which we all know is very addictive. The government has also started cracking down on vaping companies marketing their products to teens. So some schools are harshly punishing their students for doing something that is both highly addictive and being illegally marketed to them. Whether that's fair, I leave up to our audience.
And schools are using unusual methods for catching students vaping.
Yes, and I don't mean to say that vaping isn't a problem in schools. It definitely is. Some students have reported being unable to use the bathroom because of the amounts of vape smoke. So schools have installed sensors that can identify whether someone is vaping. The sensors appear to be quite effective, but of course this raises all kinds of privacy concerns. In many cases, the students aren't aware that they are being watched by these sensors.
Well, thanks for answering those questions, and thank you for today's report, Dan.
You're welcome, Ashley.
VOA Learning English has launched a new program for children. It is called Let's Learn English with Anna. The new course aims to teach children American English through asking and answering questions and experiencing fun situations. For more information, visit our website, learningenglish.voanews.com.
In this next report, Dan Friedel tells us about an honor presented by the National Garden Bureau, NGB. We learn that the organization named 2024 the Year of the African Violet. The African violet is a plant that came to the U.S. from Tanzania well over 100 years ago. Pay careful attention to the word genus. We will talk more about it after the report.
The African violet, a plant from Tanzania that came to the U.S. in the late 1800s, received a special honor from the National Garden Bureau, NGB. The organization named 2024 the Year of the African Violet. Other plants, flowers, and vegetables for 2024 include squash, angelonia, lily, buddleia, and hosta. Past years honored amaryllis, orchids, and broccoli. Jessica Damiano is the garden writer for the Associated Press news service. She recently wrote about the African violet. Damiano said the violet has been one of the most popular houseplants in the U.S. since it arrived. She said the plant, however, is not a violet. It only has the name because of its colorful purple and white leaves. In fact, she noted, they are related to the St. Paulia genus. They are named for German Walter von St. Paul. The popularity of the plant is one reason why the NGB chose the violet as the houseplant of the year, said Diane M. Blazek, the organization's director. She said, the plant's name has appeared over 300,000 times on social media. Beyond popularity, Blazek noted, the violets are easy to grow, and people who breed flowers are working on creating new varieties. Blazek said they are coming through the pipeline. Blazek said people once thought of the violets as grandma's plants, or that they were no longer popular, but she said the violet has not gone out of favor at all. The NGB started in 1920. The group aimed to give reliable gardening information to Americans, many of whom had only recently started growing plants at home. The founder was James Burdett. He helped develop the idea of victory gardens. The gardens started during World War I as a way for Americans to grow some of their own food. Today, the NGB continues the work started by Burdett. It recommends plants, flowers, and vegetables each year. Many people like the African violet because it is easy to grow. It does not need direct sunlight. It does not need too much water and does not need a lot of fertilizer. However, it must receive special care to do extremely well. Blazek said, "The plants like moisture in the air, so if you live in a very dry place, they might not do well. If you bring them inside during winter," Damiano suggests, "you should run a device that adds moisture to the air, a humidifier, before you take them back outside. They need warmth, but do not do well in high heat. Be sure to consider your climate before planting them." In spring and summer, Damiano said, if the plants are indoors, place them near a window that faces north or east. That way they do not get too much sun. In the winter, the plants may be placed closer to windows because the sun is not too strong at that time for people who live in mid-northern climates. Feed the plants only every 2 to 3 months. Be sure to use a fertilizer for African violets. And do not worry about their roots getting crowded by other plants. They like cozy pots. With good care, the violets may show their colors all year. I'm Dan Friedel.
Before the report, we asked you to pay careful attention to the word genus. Can you remember when you heard it? You heard the term in reported statements from Jessica Damiano. Let's listen again.
She said the plant, however, is not a violet. It only has the name because of its colorful purple and white leaves. In fact, she noted, they're related to the St. Paulia genus.
We spell genus like this: G-E-N-U-S. Genus is a singular noun. We use the term almost always in the context of biology. A genus is a group of related animals or plants that includes several or many different species. In other words, a genus is a group of plants or animals that is bigger than a species. So, for example, Britannica Dictionary suggests that there are 6 species of flowering plants in the St. Paulia genus. If genus is a singular noun, how might we make it plural? The answer is this: genera. So, you could discuss 1 genus or 2 genera. Genus, and its plural form, genera, are not very common terms outside of discussions about biology. These terms are useful to recognize, but you probably do not need to worry too much about producing the terms unless you have a special interest in biology. And that's the lesson of the day. I'm John Russell.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear stories from Dan Novak and John Russell. Later, Gregory Stockel has this week's technology report. Finally, we hear today's lesson of the day from Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins. But first,
just over half of U.S. workers would be willing to take a 20% pay cut in exchange for a better quality of life, a recent survey found. Lynn Bufka is a clinical psychologist with ties to the American Psychological Association in Washington, D.C. I do think people are really struggling figuring out what work-life balance is, she said, and recognizing, certainly in parts of the U.S., that we have a drive to work and perform and succeed, and increasingly we're realizing this isn't good for us. Younger adults are even more in favor of giving up money for what they consider a better life, the survey found. 60% of millennials, people aged 27 to 42, said they would accept less money for a better work-life balance. 56% of Generation Z adults, people aged 18 up to 26, said the same thing. These results don't surprise me, Julia Toothaker told VOA in an email. She is a job advisor at resumebuilder.com. The younger generations have been very vocal about the need for balance in their life. It's important to note that it doesn't mean they are less ambitious. It just means they are looking for flexibility, and they aren't willing to sacrifice their health the way other generations have. When it comes to older adults, 45% of Generation X, people aged 43 to 59, would take the 20% pay cut to get a better work-life balance. But only 33% of baby boomers, those aged 60 to 78, would do the same. It is something that Toothaker has experienced in her work. She said many of her clients want some flexibility for life events and things like doctor's visits. Work-life balance is very important to my clients. Most of my clients come to me because they aren't happy in their current career, or they are looking for a more balanced and flexible career path, she said. The survey was carried out by Ford Motor Company in August and September 2023 and included 16,086 online interviews with adults in 16 countries, including the United States. 77% of those surveyed say they believed a balanced life was more important than a higher-paying position at work. If our only definition of ourselves is what we do and our work, we are neglecting our social sense of self, our spiritual sense of self, Bufka said. There is also a practical side of work-life balance and the willingness to limit time worked in exchange for less money. Bufka said people need time away from work to keep their households operating. If people feel like they do not have enough time, there's always going to be a tension between the immediate demands of household and family and work. I'm Dan Novak.
Is becoming popular in the United States. Social media is bringing attention to cozy cardio. It means doing light cardiovascular exercise at home. Physical inactivity is a problem in the United States. The most recent data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, says 25% of Americans reported they had not done any physical activity in the past month. The CDC says that 1 in 2 American adults do not get enough cardiovascular exercise. Inactivity can have serious health effects. So, many Americans are looking to develop a new exercise habit. Cozy cardio has gained popularity as an easy and painless way to increase physical activity levels. This method of calorie burning has gained popularity on TikTok and Instagram ever since a woman named Hope Zuckerbrow began posting videos in late 2022. Cozy cardio involves walking in place by using a small treadmill or walking pad. No gym payments are involved. I get so many messages from men and women, so many people, saying something along the lines of, "Thank you so much for flipping my mindset on what I thought exercise is supposed to be," Zuckerbrow said. This feels so doable. Supporters say what is important about cozy cardio is the setup. You wear comfortable clothes and organize your environment to your liking. You can light candles, have a healthy drink, or even put on a favorite TV show or movie. Alex Montoy of Alma College said, for some people, easy exercise such as cozy cardio could help them develop an exercise habit. Montoy said for people who would otherwise watch TV while sitting, walking can help them make progress. That is especially true if exercise becomes a habit. People struggle to make healthy habits last over time. That is why cozy exercise is such a good idea, said Catherine Sanderson of Amherst College in Massachusetts. She wrote the health book, The Positive Shift, Mastering Mindset to Improve Happiness, Health, and Longevity. It fits in with a lot of what we know about how to get people to actually maintain behavior change, Sanderson said. Along with removing the barriers to exercise, she said, it very much relies on what psychologists would call positive reinforcement. The idea of, it's not just that I'm exercising, I'm tapping into something I want to be doing already. As cozy cardio becomes more popular, Zuckerbrow said she hears from people who did not realize they could enjoy easy exercise. Alyssa Royce, owner of Rocket Community Fitness in Seattle, has been mixing workouts at her gym and cozy exercise at home. Some days she turns off the sound on her Peloton exercise bicycle and watches TV because it takes her brain somewhere else. Too many people look at exercise as an all-or-nothing thing, Royce said. It doesn't give people room to just be where they are today, and I think that's incredibly important. I'm John Russell.
Computing device, the Vision Pro headset, became available in stores last week. The device uses augmented reality technology, which has been available for years. but Apple calls the technology spatial computing. The device is worn on the head over the eyes. Apple hopes the Vision Pro will be as popular as the iPhone, Apple's cell phone that came out in 2007. We can't wait for people to experience the magic, Apple chief Tim Cook said while discussing the Vision Pro. The Vision Pro will also be among Apple's most costly products at $3,500. Many researchers say the high cost means the company might sell 1 million or fewer of the devices during its first year. But even the iPhone was not extremely successful in its first year on the market. Apple only sold about 4 million iPhones back then. Now, the company sells more than 200 million of them each year. If the Vision Pro succeeds, the term spatial computing might become popular. Spatial computing describes how the physical world and the virtual world of computers can work together. Augmented reality, or AR, and artificial intelligence, or AI, are two areas of computing that help make spatial computing happen, said Kathy Hackle. She runs a new company that makes programs for the Vision Pro. Hackle said, "Spatial computing will enable devices to understand the world in ways they never have been able to do before." She added that it is going to change the way humans and computers work together. Apple says more than 600 newly designed programs, or apps, will be available to use on the headset right away. Apps will include television networks and video services, although Netflix and Google's YouTube will not be available. Other apps will be for video games and educational services. Zoom and other companies that provide online meeting tools have built apps for the Vision Pro. Vision Pro may worsen screen addiction that has only grown since the iPhone was released. It also might separate people from the real world and make them dependent on the technology. Other technology companies are also working on spatial computing products. Google has been working on a video meeting product called Project Starline. It would make two people sitting in different cities feel like they are in the same room. But Starline has not been widely released. And Meta has sold the Quest headset for years. It could be considered a spatial computing device, but the company does not market it in that way. The Vision Pro comes equipped with high-resolution screens that can play back three-dimensional video recordings of events and make it seem as though the event is happening again. Apple's high-priced iPhone models, released in September, can record what it calls spatial video. Apple's headset also reacts to a user's hand and eye movements in an attempt to make the device feel like it is part of the body. While wearing the device, users will be able to use their hands to move around and open different virtual computer screens. Spatial computing is a technology that's starting to adapt to the user, instead of requiring the user adapting to the technology, Hackle said. It's all supposed to be very natural. However, it remains to be seen how natural it is to wear a headset while having dinner with another person instead of just looking at your phone from time to time. I'm Gregory Stockel.
Joins me now to talk more about this week's technology report. Hi, Greg. Glad to have you on the show.
I'm always happy to join, Ashley.
This week's story was about a new device released by Apple. The device is called the Vision Pro. You talked a bit about augmented reality in the story. Can you tell us more about what augmented reality is?
Sure, Ashley. So the word augment means to make something greater by adding to it, and reality describes the world around us. So when you augment reality, you are adding to reality, and usually you add to reality by adding elements of the virtual or computer world.
You also used the term virtual reality. You just explained how if something is virtual, it relates to computers. But what is the difference between virtual reality and augmented reality?
So, virtual reality describes a world that is entirely made with computers, but augmented reality describes a world that has elements of the real world and elements of the computer world. So if you look through the Vision Pro headset, you might see your living room plus computer screens.
Very interesting. Well, thanks again, Greg, for joining me on today's program.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me, Ashley.
VOA Learning English has launched a new program for children. It is called Let's Learn English with Anna. The new course aims to teach children American English through asking and answering questions and experiencing fun situations. For more information, visit our website, learningenglish.voanews.com.
For the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Jill Robbins, and I'm joined by Andrew Smith. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Jill.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Anna introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
In Lesson 19 of Level 2 of the series, Anna and Pete are going to the theater to watch a movie. Pete does not like it when people talk or make noise in the theater, so before he and Anna go in the theater, Pete asks Anna if she talks during a movie.
Hi, Pete. Thanks for the movie invitation.
Yeah, sure, Anna.
I love movies. I love the plot. I love the set design. I love the costumes. I love the...
Anna, I take movies very seriously. You're not one of those people who talks during a movie, are you?
No.
Good.
Anna says she doesn't talk during a movie. But Pete probably does not like any sounds or distractions when he watches a movie.
A distraction is something that takes your attention away from something you want to focus on or concentrate on. And the verb form of this word is distract. Jill, can you give an example of a distraction?
That's an easy question. Mobile phones distract people all the time.
Very true. And sometimes they can distract people in a movie theater. So here's another question. If you are in a theater and someone is distracting you by talking or looking at their phone or making noise, how can you politely ask them to stop?
Today's lesson answers that question. In general, to make polite requests, we use the words would or could at the beginning of the question. But there are other ways as well. Andrew, would you please play the next part of Lesson 19 for our listeners? That way they can hear more examples of polite ways to ask questions.
Sure. Here's Anna and Pete in the movie theater. Listen for the ways Pete asks Anna to stop doing certain things.
Oh, look, the previews are starting. I love to see what movies are coming out. Oh, this one looks good.
Anna, the previews are part of the movie experience. So would you mind not talking?
Oh, sure.
Anna, I was wondering, are you almost finished with that?
No, there's still a lot of milkshake at the bottom.
Anna, would you mind not drinking so loudly?
I'll try, but it's really thick.
Anna, what are you doing?
Pete is getting a little upset with Anna, and he does not try to make his last question polite. Instead, it is very direct.
Anna, what are you doing?
But his other questions were more polite. Listen to them again and see if you can hear the phrases he uses to make them sound polite.
So would you mind not talking? I was wondering, are you almost finished with that? Anna, would you mind not drinking so loudly?
We often use the phrase, would you mind or do you mind, to make questions more polite.
When we say, would you mind, the verb must take the ing form. Jill, would you mind giving our listeners another example of polite requests?
Sure, no problem. We can also use the expression, I was wondering, like Pete did.
I was wondering, are you almost finished with that?
Now let's hear more of Lesson 19. Listen for the phrase, would you mind, plus the ing form of the verb.
Anna, would you mind opening that a little bit more quietly?
I'll try.
Anna, just give it to me. Shh. It's not mine. I'm opening it for her. Shh. Here. Now, would you mind being more quiet? Excuse me. Would you mind turning down your phone light?
Oh, sorry. I forgot to turn my phone off. Oh no, I dropped it. Where is it? Oh.
Anna, can you please turn your phone off?
Excuse me, would you mind lending me your phone light for a minute?
No, I'll get it.
People in the theater are now asking Pete to be quiet.
And that's what we call an ironic situation. Because Pete is a person who really wants it to be quiet when he watches movies.
In addition to the word ironic, We have another expression for this. We can say, the tables have turned on Pete. That means the thing you want or the thing you are fighting against affects you negatively and you don't get what you want.
Another way to explain that expression is to think of this. Imagine you are using a gun to try to kill a dangerous animal. But then your gun stops working. Now the dangerous animal is trying to kill you. We say that the tables have turned on you.
Whoa. Now let's get back to the movie theater. I think it's safer in there. We just heard 4 more examples of questions with the expression, would you mind? Here they are again.
Anna, would you mind opening that a little bit more quietly? Now, would you mind being more quiet? Excuse me, would you mind turning down your phone light?
Excuse me, would you mind lending me your phone light for a minute?
Finally, Pete gets upset and loudly tells everyone in the theater that he is not a person who makes noise in a movie theater. But he says it so loudly that a security guard politely asks Pete to leave.
Excuse me, sir. You can't yell in a movie theater. Would you mind coming with me?
You're kicking me out? Me? But I'm always the quiet one in the movie.
Poor Pete. He's had a really bad day at the movies. But we hope you've had a good time with the lesson of the day on our podcast. To review, here are some ways we can ask questions politely.
We can begin the question with the words could or would, like this.
Could you please explain some more?
Sure. We can also start the question with the expression, I was wondering.
I was wondering if you could explain even more.
Sure, no problem. We can also use the expression, would you mind, plus the ing form of the verb.
Would you mind telling our listeners where they can learn more?
Sure. Just visit our website, and you can download a lesson plan for Lesson 19. It explains more about polite questions.
And remember that you can find more from VOA Learning English on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. And listeners, if you don't mind, could you please share the lesson of the day with your friends and family? Thanks.
And thanks for listening. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
Our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear stories from Gregory Stockel, Gina Bennett, and Brian Lynn. Later, Faith Perlow and John Russell present a new everyday grammar lesson. Then Faith joins me for one last time on the Learning English broadcast. But first, here are Greg and Gina.
Old sponges from deep in the Caribbean Sea are causing some researchers to think human-caused climate change began sooner than scientists have thought. But if a recent study is correct, world temperatures are increasing faster than United Nations estimates suggest. The researchers from American and Australian universities published their sponge findings recently in Nature Climate Change. They said, if their findings are correct, the world has already gone past a temperature limit set by international negotiators. Negotiators of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change set 1.5 degrees Celsius as a limit for the increase of the world's temperature from pre-industrial times. Pre-industrial times are from about 1850 to 1900. But the American and Australian researchers said that the world hit a 1.7 degrees Celsius increase in 2020. The scientists looked at 6 special sponges that are known to live hundreds of years. They examined the sponges' growth records to find very small levels of the elements calcium and strontium. The scientists said that the amount of calcium and strontium changes depending on the water temperature. Malcolm McCulloch is an ocean scientist at the University of Western Australia. He was the lead writer of the study. McCulloch noted that the currently accepted temperature estimates for the 1850 to 1900 period were too high. That means that present-day temperature increases are larger, and the Earth's temperature is warming faster than scientists have believed. He said, "We have a decade less than we thought."
In the past several years, many scientists have noted that there seems to be more extreme weather than they had expected. One explanation would be that the Earth is warming faster than scientists had first believed, said Amos Winter. Winter helped write the study. He is an ocean scientist at Indiana State University. He said the study supports the theory that climate change is quickening. Former top NASA scientist James Hansen also has proposed that theory. Sponges get water flowing from all over them, so they can record a larger area of environmental change, Winter and McCulloch said. The research team examined sponges that lived in a special mixed area of the ocean that is 33 to 91 meters deep. The researchers were able to estimate nearly the exact atmospheric temperature of the Earth from the amount of calcium and strontium in the deep sea sponges. Their results were different from the scientifically accepted temperature estimates used by the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC. The IPCC temperature estimates are the basis for the UN temperature goals.
The Nature Climate Change Study finds that the mid-1800s were about half a degree Celsius cooler than believed. It also found that warming from heat-trapping gases started about 80 years earlier than the measurements the IPCC uses. IPCC numbers show warming started just after 1900. McCulloch and Winter said it makes sense that the warming started earlier than the IPCC stated because by the mid-1800s, industries had begun polluting the air with carbon dioxide. For pre-industrial temperatures, the IPCC and most scientists use data that came from ships whose crews would take the temperature of water near the surface. Some of the measurements could change based on how the collection was done. The researchers said sponges provide better information because of the way they store chemical elements in their skeletons. When waters are warmer, there is more of the element strontium and less of the mineral calcium, Winter said.
University of Pennsylvania climate scientist Michael Mann, who was not part of the study, has thought warming started before the IPCC said it did. But he doubted the study's findings. In my view, it begs credulity to claim that the instrumental record is wrong based on paleo sponges from one region of the world, Mann said. But Winter and McCulloch have defended their use of sponges to identify world temperature change. They said, except for the 1800s, their temperature findings based on sponges follow global records from other devices. These include scientific instruments and measurements from things like coral, ice, and tree rings. Princeton University climate scientist Michael Oppenheimer was not part of the sponge study either. He said even if the McCulloch team is right, it should not change warnings from scientists. He said that the danger level is not tied to the exact value of pre-industrial temperatures. McCulloch added that the only way to stop this is to reduce emissions urgently. Most urgently. I'm Gina Bennett.
And I'm Gregory Stockel.
space missions has led to increasing calls for rules on what can be transported to the moon. Individuals and groups have criticized plans by private companies to send things that might not be suitable for the lunar surface. The proposals came from companies that have contracts with the American Space Agency, NASA, to provide spaceflight services and carry equipment and supplies to the moon. Such materials launched from rockets are known as payloads. The efforts are part of NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services (CLPS) program. It aims to hand over the nation's major space missions to private companies in an effort to reduce costs. The CLPS program plans to send several landers to the moon in the coming years. The landers will be carrying instruments and exploring tools to help humans learn more about the moon and its surroundings. But some missions also plan on sending human remains or goods that could be used in advertising. Leslie Tenen is a lawyer who specializes in international space law. She told Reuters news agency, "We're just at the beginning of exploring the moon, and we need to be careful we're not contaminating it." She said she thinks care should be taken to prevent the spread of what she calls litter on the moon. Last month, one privately built lunar lander aimed to touch down on the surface of the moon. But the spacecraft, called Peregrine, developed a fuel leak shortly after launch and did not make it to the moon. The company that built Peregrine is Astrobotic Technology of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The lander was loaded with 20 research experiments involving 7 different countries, but it also carried other materials. These included numerous containers of human remains, a piece of rock from Mount Everest, a physical Bitcoin, and a can of the Japanese sports drink Pocari Sweat. Among the remains were ashes of famous space lovers Gene Roddenberry and Arthur C. Clarke. Roddenberry was creator of the popular television show Star Trek, and Clarke was a science fiction writer. The Navajo Nation had sought to stop Peregrine's launch because of the inclusion of the remains. The head of the Native American group called the sending of remains a desecration because his people consider the moon a holy space. A spokesperson for Astrobotic said the objections to Peregrine's launch came too late to reach an agreement on the issue. But the company said it would try to find a good path forward with the Navajo Nation on future missions. Reuters reports that under U.S. law, materials can be transported to the moon as long as they do not violate certain general guidelines set by the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. The FAA requires companies to show that a payload launched from Earth does not jeopardize public health and safety, U.S. national security, or international obligations of the U.S. This rule permits most materials to be sent to the moon. But legal experts think the issue will likely gain more attention as more private missions make successful landings on the lunar surface. And this could lead to new legal restrictions on what can be transported to the moon. Lawyers with space law experience worry that the absence of rules could lead to disputes between U.S. companies and other nations seeking to operate on the lunar surface. There could also be disagreements over which businesses should be permitted to claim land or sovereignty. The current guidelines for international activities on the moon are included in a document known as the Outer Space Treaty. It states that outer space, including the moon and other bodies, shall be free for exploration and use by all states. The treaty also states that nations involved in space exploration must approve of and supervise the activities of non-government organizations. Experts say few nations have approved their own rules for moon behavior, and measures are currently unclear in international law. This has led to calls for new international guidelines. Martha Mejia Kaiser is a Mexican-German space lawyer and a board member of the International Institute of Space Law. She told Reuters, "We are already late, and we are very urgently in need to start now to discuss the moon at an international level." I'm Brian Lynn.
Never easy to say goodbye, but, at least in English, we have many ways to do so. For my final everyday grammar, I want to share the many ways to say goodbye in English. There are polite or formal ways. There are also ways we can say goodbye in everyday conversation, including fun slang that you can use. Goodbye is believed to have come from the expression, "God be with ye," about 500 years ago. Ye is an old form of you. Over time, God became good. Today, the expression is for wishing someone well when you are leaving. Goodbye is probably the most common way to say this. Shorter forms include bye and bye-bye. If you enjoy the 1990s pop band NSYNC, you can say bye-bye-bye. It might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye-bye-bye.
When you part with someone and you want to wish them a good time, you can use this general structure: have plus a plus adjective plus period of time. Have a good night. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a nice day. Have is in the imperative form of the verb. The imperative form gives instructions, directions, or commands. Imperative sentences use the base form of the verb. If parting ways with someone during the night time, we combine good with night to wish someone a good night. We use this expression usually when going to sleep at night. I always say good night to everyone in my house before bedtime. We use other command forms in formal settings to say goodbye. Take care of yourself is meant to wish someone physical or emotional health. If we have enjoyed our time with someone, we can say, "It was a pleasure speaking with you." It plus form of be in present or past tense, plus article and noun or adjective, plus gerund, plus with you. It was great seeing you this weekend. We can also say that we look forward to seeing or speaking with someone. This expression suggests hope for the future. I look forward to our next meeting. I look forward to seeing you then. I look forward to speaking with you. Shorter forms of this expression include a sentence with will. I will see you then. See you then. Speak to you then.
When speaking with friends and family, you can use informal ways to communicate leaving. Shorter forms like see you are said even more conversationally when you becomes ya in fast speech. We can combine the expression with an adverb to say when we will see someone in the future. See you soon. See you later. See you around. Catch you later. Catch you later. To express a similar meaning, we can use a prepositional phrase with until. There is no subject or object, just the preposition is used. Until plus time expression. Until then. Until Tuesday. Until next week. If you need to leave quickly, you can use these expressions. Gotta is a contraction that is used in everyday speech. I've got to go. I've gotta go. I'm heading off.
If you want someone to connect with you in the future, you can use these. Don't be a stranger. Keep in touch. If someone is leaving you on a trip, you can wish them a safe journey. Have a safe trip. Drive safely. Drive safe. Safe travels. Note that in drive safe, safe is what is sometimes called a flat adverb. These are older adverb forms in English that do not use the ly ending. Phrases sleep tight or go slow are examples. Another expression that uses a flat adverb is take it easy. And lastly, if you must leave quickly, you can use the expression, I've got to hit the road. I gotta hit the road. We often use it when we are going to drive somewhere, but we can use it for other means of travel. Finally, we have a few slang words that are used very informally in speech, especially by some groups of people. Slang is often spoken by young people and is generational, meaning that each new generation has its own slang. Remember, using slang is very informal and not a good idea in groups of people who are of several different age groups.
From the expression, see you later, we get the one-word slang expression, later. You can use this word by itself or with the person's name. Later. Later, John. We also have the expression, I'm out of here. We can make this even more informal by shortening out of to outa. I'm outta here. One of my favorite expressions was often heard in 1990s and early 2000s hip-hop music. Bounce. According to Urban Dictionary, to bounce means to leave and go somewhere else better or quickly. A song by Destiny's Child, Say My Name, uses this expression. See you gotta bounce. when 2 seconds ago you said you just got in the house. In today's Everyday Grammar, we talked about different expressions we can use to say goodbye. Many goodbye expressions in both formal and everyday language use the imperative form. We also looked at some fun slang words for goodbye. I wanted to thank our audience for the past 2 years here at VOA Learning English. This might not be goodbye. Maybe it's just see you later. Take care. I'm Faith Perlow.
And I'm John Russell.
Present this week's Everyday Grammar lesson. Faith is here now to talk more about it. Hi, Faith. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Ashley. This will be my final chat with you. I am moving on from VOA to teach again in a classroom.
So that is why you wrote about different ways to say goodbye. I have to say, we are all sad to see you leave.
Different situations call for different ways to say goodbye. Sometimes the situation is very formal and calls for more professional ways to say goodbye. But if you know the person well, you can use more informal expressions, even silly ones.
Silly ones?
Yeah, in English we actually use animals and rhymes together. Children love these ways to say goodbye, so growing up, we often use these silly expressions. Like, see you later, alligator.
Oh yeah, and in a while, crocodile. Alligators and crocodiles look similar. They are both large reptiles with long snouts or noses. Alligators prefer freshwater, and crocodiles prefer saltwater areas.
They are very scary either way. Both expressions rhyme, and the number of syllables of each animal matches up with the goodbye phrase. See you later, alligator. 4 syllables each. In a while, crocodile. 3 syllables each.
Thanks again for sharing, Faith.
Thank you once again for having me. And a special thank you to our listeners. Bye-bye, butterflies.
And toodaloo, kangaroo.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Today on the show, Dan here explains what to expect and not to expect at the Super Bowl this weekend. Faith Perlow brings us Ask a Teacher. She talks about the words soar and surge. And we close the show with an American story. We will hear the third and final part of The Fall of the House of Usher by Edgar Allan Poe. But first, I have a celebration to talk about. On February 10th, Asian American communities around the world will ring in the Year of the Dragon. Some Lunar New Year celebrations will be public, like parades and fireworks, but families will also gather for private parties. The Lunar New Year is a major holiday in several Asian countries, and people celebrate over several days or even weeks. It is called the Spring Festival in China, Tet in Vietnam, and Solal in Korea. The holiday begins on the first new moon of the lunar calendar and ends 15 days later on the first full moon. Because the holiday is based on the moon, it falls somewhere between the end of January and the end of February. The lunar calendar is based on 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac. The animals are rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. In the Vietnamese zodiac, the cat replaces the rabbit, and the buffalo is in place of the ox. For 2024, it is the Year of the Dragon for both. One well-known ancient story speaks of Nian, a terrible monster that eats human flesh on New Year's Day. But Nian has some fears that weaken him. He fears the color red, loud noises, and fire. So Lunar New Year activities include putting up red paper dragons on the doors of homes. People also burn red lanterns all night and set off firecrackers to chase away the monster. To this day, the Lunar New Year celebration is centered on removing bad luck and welcoming all that is good and successful. Red is considered a lucky color to ring in a new year. In many Asian cultures, the color symbolizes a good future and joy. People wear red clothing, decorate their homes with red paper lanterns, and use red envelopes to present loved ones with gifts of money. Gambling and playing traditional games are common during Lunar New Year among celebrants around the world. Ancestor worship is also common during this time. Many Korean families take part in a ceremony called chare. Female family members prepare food, and male members serve it to ancestors. The final act involves the entire family sharing a meal and asking for help from their ancestors for the coming year. Vietnamese culture holds a similar tradition. People cook traditional dishes and place them on a home altar in honor of their ancestors. Members of Asian American communities around the U.S. also organize parades, parties, and other events around the Lunar New Year. Lion and dragon dances are common, as are fireworks, traditional food, and cultural performances. People do special cleanings of their homes and decorate using orchids and other brightly colored flowers. Each culture has its own special foods for New Year celebration, including dumplings, rice cakes, spring rolls, tangerines, fish, and meats. In Chinese culture, for example, changshu mian, or long life noodles, are eaten with a wish for a long, healthy, and happy life. Koreans celebrate with dakguk, a soup that contains thinly sliced rice cakes. And Vietnamese culture has bánh chang, a traditional dish made from rice, mung bean, and pork belly. The dish is usually covered with banana leaves, shaped into a square, and tied up with strings for steaming.
Gambling industry expects this Sunday's Super Bowl game between the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers to smash betting records. The American football game is the National Football League's championship game. The game is played in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first time. The city is known for its casinos and places to gamble. The American Gaming Association, AGA, said Tuesday that it expects Sunday's game to be the busiest ever for betting. The AGA says nearly 68 million American adults, or about 1 in 4, will bet on the game. For a long time, Las Vegas was the only American city that permitted sports gambling. After a 2018 decision by the Supreme Court, sports gambling is now permitted in 38 states. However, most of the Super Bowl bets will be made illegally, with people who take bets privately, known as bookies. The AGA estimates over $23 billion will be bet on the game this year, but only $1.5 billion of the bets will be legal. Last year, the total number was $16 billion. Chris Grove is with Eilers & Krechik, a company that follows the gambling business. He said, "There's a good chance that every Super Bowl for the next 10 or so years will be the most bet Super Bowl, thanks to the underlying growth of sports betting in the U.S. You can bet on all kinds of things in American casinos and through online sports betting apps and websites. The easiest bet is on the winner of the game. About 47% of bettors think Kansas City will win, and 44% think San Francisco will win. But there are other ways to bet, too. People can make a bet on the outcome of individual plays. For example, people can bet whether the play will result in a score like a touchdown or a field goal. They can bet whether the offensive team can move the ball forward by only 1 or 2 meters. Or they can bet that the defensive team will take away the ball with an interception. But there is one thing you cannot legally bet on, at least at American casinos. If Taylor Swift will make it to the game, and how many times she will appear on television. Swift has been at several Kansas City Chiefs games this year to cheer for her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, one of the team's best players. Swift is performing in Japan on Saturday, February 10th. Many expect the superstar to fly across the Pacific Ocean to get to the Super Bowl game a day later. In the U.S., most legal bets are limited to what happens on the field. However, casinos and other gambling sites outside of the U.S. permit more wide-ranging bets. For example, it is possible to bet on the color of the Gatorade drink that will be dumped on the winning team's coach. Other sites may permit people to guess how long the U.S. national song, the Star-Spangled Banner, will be. Reba McEntire is performing the song before the game this year. John Ewing works in public relations for BetMGM. He said, "It is better to permit bets on events that have a clear outcome. We want it to be either it won or it didn't win," he said. I'm Dan Friedel.
Teacher, we answer a question about the difference between surge and soar. Hi, my dear teacher. I'm Hamid from Iran. What is the difference between surge and soar? Can they be used interchangeably? Much obliged, Hamid. While surge and soar have a similar verbal meaning of rising or increasing quickly, there are some big differences. Let's look at each word with some examples. As a verb, surge means to rise or increase very quickly in an abnormal way. Food prices surged due to inflation. Surge can also mean to rise rapidly and fall quickly. The boat was surging through the water during the storm. When talking about something coming in waves, we can use surge. The waves surged to the shore as the hurricane approached. Caitlin's emotions surged as she accepted her award. And lastly, as a verb, we use surge to talk about physical things like electricity or water moving rapidly through something and with force or power. Electricity can surge through electronic devices unexpectedly, causing damage. As a noun, the most basic meaning is a powerful rise or increase in something that was once steady or not moving. This could be physical things like water or power, or it could be more abstract like your feelings. There has been a surge of interest in American football from young women due to Taylor Swift. The storm surge left residents along the coast unable to return to their homes for months. Surge protectors can keep computers and other electronics safe during thunderstorms. Carol felt a surge of sadness move over her when her dog died. Let's move on to soar. Much like surge, soar is a verb that can mean to rise rapidly. However, soar is used mostly to talk about a position, value, or price. Pat's blood pressure always soars to 140/90 when she goes to the doctor because she is worried. Stock prices soared after the new CEO of the company was announced. Soar can also be used to talk about things that fly, like birds or planes. The geese soared in formation as they flew south for the winter. The skydiver felt as though she was soaring through the air after she jumped out of the plane. And lastly, soar means to rise or move to a higher state. This can be physically, like a voice, or abstractly, like your spirits or feelings. It can also be used to talk about how tall or high things are. The singer's voice soared over the other members of the choir. Her spirit soared when she learned of the good news. One World Trade Center soars above all other buildings in New York City, standing at a height of 541 meters, or 1,776 feet. Please let us know if these explanations and examples have helped you, Hamid. Do you have a question about American English? Send us an email at learningenglish@voanews.com. And that's Ask a Teacher. Thank you for joining me over the past 2 years. I have enjoyed answering your questions. I hope that your English skills soar ever higher. Take care. I'm Faith Perla.
The Learning English program, American Stories.
Fall of the House of Usher, Part 3. I was visiting an old friend of mine, Roderick Usher, in his old stone house, his palace, where a feeling of death hung on the air. I saw how fear was pressing on his heart and mind. Now his only sister, the Lady Madeline, had died, and we had put her body in its resting place, in a room inside the cold walls of the palace. A damp, dark vault, a fearful place. As we looked down upon her face, I saw that there was a strong likeness between the two. "Indeed," said Usher, "we were born on the same day, and the tie between us has always been strong." We did not long look down at her, for fear and wonder filled our hearts. There was still a little color in her face, and there seemed to be a smile on her lips. We closed the heavy iron door and returned to the rooms above, which were hardly less gloomy than the vault. And now a change came in the sickness of my friend's mind. He went from room to room in a hurried step. His face was, if possible, whiter and more ghastly than before, and the light in his eyes had gone. The trembling in his voice seemed to show the greatest fear. At times he sat looking at nothing for hours, as if listening to some sound I could not hear. I felt his condition, slowly, but certainly, gaining power over me. I felt that his wild ideas were becoming fixed in my own mind. As I was going to bed late in the night of the 7th or 8th day after we placed the Lady Madeline within the vault, I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep did not come. While the hours passed, my mind fought against the nervousness. I tried to believe that much, if not all, of what I felt was due to the gloomy room, to the dark wall coverings which in a rising wind moved on the walls. But my efforts were useless. A trembling I could not stop filled my body, and fear without reason caught my heart. I sat up, looking into the darkness of my own room, listening, I do not know why, to certain low sounds which came when the storm was quiet. A feeling of horror lay upon me like a heavy weight. I put on my clothes and began walking nervously around the room. I'd been walking for a very short time when I heard a light step coming toward my door. I knew it was Usher. In a moment I saw him at my door, as usual, very white, but there was a wild laugh in his eyes. Even so, I was glad to have his company. "And have you not seen it?" he said. He hurried to one of the windows and opened it to the storm. The force of the entering wind nearly lifted us from our feet. It was, indeed, a stormy but beautiful night, and wildly strange. The heavy, low-hanging clouds, which seemed to press down upon the house, flew from all directions against each other, always returning and never passing away in the distance. With their great thickness they cut off all light from the moon and the stars, but we could see them because they were lighted from below by the air itself, which we could see rising from the dark lake and from the stones of the house itself. "You must not, you shall not look at this," I said to Usher, as I led him from the window to a seat. "This appearance, which surprises you so, has been seen in other places too. Perhaps the lake is the cause. Let us close this window. The air is cold. Here is one of the stories you like best. I will read, and you shall listen, and thus we will live through this fearful night together." The old book which I had picked up was one written by a fool, for fools to read, and it was not, in truth, one that Usher liked. It was, however, the only one within easy reach. He seemed to listen quietly. Then I came to a part of the story in which a man, a strong man, full of wine, begins to break down a door, and the sound of the dry wood as it breaks can be heard through all the forest around him. Here I stopped, for it seemed to me that from some very distant part of the house sounds came to my ears like those of which I had been reading. It must have been this likeness that had made me notice them, for the sounds themselves, with the storm still increasing, were nothing to stop or interest me. I continued the story, and read how the man, now entering through the broken door, discovers a strange and terrible animal of the kind so often found in these old stories. He strikes it, and it falls with such a cry that he has to close his ears with his hands. Here again I stopped, There could be no doubt this time I did hear a distant sound, very much like the cry of an animal in the story. I tried to control myself so that my friend would see nothing of what I felt. I was not certain that he had heard the sound, although he had clearly changed in some way. He had slowly moved his chair so that I could not see him well. I did see that his lips were moving as if he were speaking to himself. His head had dropped forward, but I knew he was not asleep, for his eyes were open, and he was moving his body from side to side. I began reading again and quickly came to a part of the story where a heavy piece of iron falls on a stone floor with a ringing sound. These words had just passed my lips when I heard clearly, but from far away, a loud ringing sound, as if something of iron had indeed fallen heavily upon a stone floor, or as if an iron door had closed. I lost control of myself completely and jumped up from my chair. Usher still sat moving a little from side to side. His eyes were turned to the floor. I rushed to his chair. As I placed my hand on his shoulder, I felt that his whole body was trembling. A sickly smile touched his lips. He spoke in a low, quick, and nervous voice, as if he did not know I was there. "Yes," he said, "I heard it. Many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it. But I did not dare to speak. We have put her living in the vault. Did I not say that my senses were too strong? I heard her first movements many days ago, yet I did not dare to speak. And now that story. But the sounds were hers. Oh, where shall I run? She is coming to ask why I put her there too soon. I hear her footsteps on the stairs. I hear the heavy beating of her heart." Here he jumped up and cried as if he were giving up his soul. "I tell you, she now stands at the door!" The great door to which he was pointing now slowly opened. It was the work of the rushing wind, perhaps, but no. Outside that door a shape did stand. The tall figure in its grave clothes of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white dress, and the signs of her terrible efforts to escape were upon every part of her thin form. For a moment she remained trembling at the door. Then with a low cry she fell heavily in upon her brother. In her pain, as she died at last, she carried him down with her, down to the floor. He, too, was dead, killed by his own fear. I rushed from the room. I rushed from the house. I ran. The storm was around me in all its strength as I crossed the bridge. Suddenly a wild light moved along the ground at my feet, and I turned to see where it could have come from, for only the great house and its darkness were behind me. The light was that of the full moon, of a blood-red moon, which was now shining through that break in the front wall, that crack which I thought I had seen when I first saw the palace. Then only a little crack. It now widened as I watched. A strong wind came rushing over me. The whole face of the moon appeared. I saw the great walls falling apart. There was a long and stormy shouting sound, and the deep black lake closed darkly over all that remained of the house of Usher.
That's all the time we have for today's show, but join us again tomorrow for another VOA Learning English program. Thanks for listening. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan Friedel. Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
Today on the program, we have reports about a new statue in Rome, a boy who found a way to light his tent in Gaza, the return of the SAT, and a creative way to discuss the act of getting married. We hope you stay with us. John Russell is up first with this story.
Emperor Constantine I was an ancient Roman ruler who welcomed Christianity. He helped spread the religion throughout the Roman Empire. Recently, a large, rebuilt statue of Constantine was introduced to the public in Rome. Officials revealed the 13-meter copy of the statue that Constantine had built for himself. Special technology known as 3D modeling permitted the statue's makers to create the work from scans of the 9 large original marble body parts that remain. The result? A large statue of the seated emperor. Constantine is wearing special clothing and holding a scepter and orb. He looks over Rome from a side garden of the Capitoline Museums. The rebuilt statue is close to the area where the original pieces of Constantine's giant feet, hands, and head are kept. Artists in Rome created the original about 1,700 years ago. Rebuilt to its original form, the statue creates wonder in people who see it. This feeling is just what Constantine wanted from his subjects, officials said at the statue's public introduction. In this statue there's not just beauty, there's the violence of power, said Salvatore Settis of the Fondazione Prada, the cultural and educational arm of the fashion house which financed the project. Officials did not say how much the project cost, but the Factum Foundation created the statue. The group is a non-profit based in Madrid. It creates special digital copies of the world's famous cultural objects. This whole dynamic about how you use technology to transform our understanding of and the importance of cultural heritage is the core mission of Factum Foundation, said the group's founder, Adam Lowe. The statue is made from several materials. The body includes resin, polyurethane, and marble powder. Gold leaf and plaster make up the special clothing that goes over the body. A second version of the statue is to be put in place in northeast England. That is where Constantine guarded defenses known as Hadrian's Wall before being crowned emperor in Rome. I'm John Russell.
A 15-year-old boy in Gaza was able to build a device to provide electricity to light the tent he is staying in with his family. Hussam al-Attar got 2 fans at a resale market and used them to create small wind turbines to produce electricity. His invention led others in the camp where he stays to start calling him the Newton of Gaza. The comparison involves the English scientist Isaac Newton. Newton is known for his major scientific discoveries in the fields of physics, mathematics, and astronomy more than 300 years ago. A famous story about Newton describes how an apple falling on his head led him to discover the nature of gravity. Newton was sitting under an apple tree when an apple fell on his head, and he discovered gravity, Al-Attar told Reuters news agency. And we here are living in darkness and tragedy, and rockets are falling on us. Therefore I thought of creating light, and did so, he added. Al-Attar is staying with his family in a tent in Rafah, a city on the southern edge of the Gaza Strip, near the border with Egypt. Reuters reported that Rafah currently holds more than half of Gaza's total population of 2.3 million people. Large numbers of people fled to the area from other parts of Gaza to escape fighting between Israeli forces and Hamas fighters. The fighting has been ongoing since Hamas militants invaded southern Israel from Gaza on October 7th. Israeli officials say the invasion left 1,200 people dead and 253 kidnapped. Israel immediately began a large military campaign to answer the actions of Hamas. Israeli military officials have said their goal is to crush the Palestinian Islamist group. Local health officials in Gaza say the fighting has killed more than 27,000 people across the territory and caused displacement and hunger. Al-Attar and his family are staying in a tent that is partly attached to a house. He was able to climb onto the roof to set up 2 fans, one above the other. The wind can turn the fans, which produce small amounts of electricity. He then connected the fans to wires and built a charging station. Al-Attar also built switches to control a lighting system made out of wood. He said his first 2 attempts failed, and it took him a while to develop a working system. I started developing it further, bit by bit, until I was able to extend the wires through the room to the tent that we are living in, so that the tent will have light. Al-Attar added that he was happy to be able to create something to help ease the suffering of his family members. He said he is looking forward to the future when conditions can improve in Gaza. I am very happy that people in this camp call me Gaza's Newton, Al-Attar said. He added, because I hope to achieve my dream of becoming a scientist like Newton and creating an invention that will benefit not only the people of the Gaza Strip, but the whole world. I'm Brian Lynn.
Dartmouth College, the Ivy League university in New Hampshire, announced last week that it will again require standardized tests from applicants. American students who wish to attend Dartmouth, starting in the fall of 2025, will need to send SAT or ACT scores with their applications. Students from other parts of the world will need to submit results from an equivalent standardized national exam, according to Dartmouth. the university suspended its consideration of standardized tests for 4 years. In 2020, Dartmouth and many other American universities entered a test optional period, which officials said was because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Starting in the spring of 2020, schools increasingly stopped holding in-person classes. That made it difficult for students to prepare for and gather to take standardized tests. Many universities used the test optional period to find out what would happen if they no longer required the SAT and ACT. Years before, a few studies said that the tests favored wealthy students. Nat Smittable is with Ivywise, a company that offers college admissions advice in New York City. Smittable said universities want a diverse group of students, and we're not sure they were getting enough of them by looking at standardized tests.
Dartmouth said it looked at its group of accepted students after 4 years. It found the test optional policy increased the number of applications, but made it harder to find the best students. The university said it discovered standardized test scores were a valuable element of Dartmouth's undergraduate application. In addition, the university said the tests expanded its ability to identify talent. That means the tests made it easier for Dartmouth to find good students who do not come from rich families or wealthy high schools. Dartmouth joins Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology as top schools again requiring standardized test scores. Currently, Yale University in Connecticut, Harvard University, and Duke University in North Carolina still permit students to apply without test results. They are all highly selective schools. But some experts wonder if those schools will follow Dartmouth.
Smittable at Ivywise said most students still take the SAT or ACT, but he said most do not understand that they can still apply to schools such as Dartmouth, even if their scores are a little low. An average SAT score is 1,050, while 1,600 is perfect.
There's kids that won't break 1,000 that can absolutely do the work at a Penn or a Harvard or any of these places. There's no doubt about it.
Smittable said a student with good grades who is an immigrant or whose parents did not go to college should almost always submit their test scores. If you score a 1,400 or above, and you're the first in your family to go to college, that would be an astronomical score, he said.
And really, quite frankly, that's way more impressive than a 1,550 from a student, like from an affluent background.
Many students, however, say they like the freedom of choosing whether to send their scores to other schools. Renee Bischoff is the director of college counseling at Hawkins School, a high school near Cleveland, Ohio. She said she has some students who are good at lots of things: theater, sports, leadership activities, teaching younger students, or performing community service. But they are not good at taking standardized tests. If they choose to apply to a college that does not need a test score, they can put their energy into other things. She said some students were taking tests 5 times in an effort to raise their scores. I will say to them, you know what? You shouldn't spend the extra time. Don't spend the money. Don't spend your Saturday.
Focus your time on doing the things that are deeply meaningful to you and work hard in school. That will be the leading thing, and the testing isn't required, so let's not spend all our time and money on that.
Barry Maloney is the president of Worcester State University in Massachusetts. He wrote an opinion piece for the Telegram and Gazette, a local newspaper, about test-optional admission. For colleges like his, he wrote, a student's grades are the best predictor of their success. If a standardized test is something you don't want to take for admission for any reason, you simply don't need to, he wrote.
Christiana Coloco is a senior at Annandale High School in Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. She was born in the African nation of Sierra Leone and moved to the U.S. as a girl. She was accepted to a number of colleges already, but did not send her test scores. She said she tried her best on the tests, but she felt intimidated and confused. She did not take a test preparation class like some students. However, Coloco has done well in school and taken part in many clubs and activities. She has a job to help support her family. She is the president of her school's Bible study club and takes part in Heritage Night, where she teaches people about her country. Coloco said she liked the fact that she could still get into a good college without doing well on the tests.
It gives me a sense of peace knowing that if I were to study my hardest and try my best and still maybe not get such a great score, it wouldn't completely ruin my chances of getting into that college.
She applied to the University of Virginia and James Madison University and did not send her test scores. She will find out if she has been accepted later this spring. Laura Wells is the AVID program coordinator at Annandale. The program identifies students who could do well in college, but they need extra support in order to succeed in more difficult classes. The program also gives extra help and direction on college applications. Wells helps students such as Coloco who were not born in the U.S., or whose parents do not speak English. Wells said her students usually have trouble with the tests, but the ones who get straight A's, the very top grades, go on to do well in college. Even if top schools require test scores, she said it is important that other schools remain test optional. The students she works with still need to believe they can go to a good college. For her, such schools in Virginia include the University of Virginia, UVA, and Virginia Tech.
I do hope that schools like, UVA, Virginia Tech, still choose to be test optional, because otherwise it is really hard, I think, for students to kind of see themselves at those schools. They can accept the fact that they might not get into Dartmouth or Georgetown or Johns Hopkins or something, right? But you should have a shot at being able to go to your top-ranked state school, yeah? That's what I think anyway.
I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver.
And now, words and their stories from VOA Learning English. On this program, we explore words and expressions in the English language. We give you definitions, examples, notes on usage, and sometimes we even use them in a conversation. Valentine's Day is February 14th. Because it is close to that day that celebrates lovers, we talk today about a romantic idiom, tie the knot. To tie the knot is an informal term for getting married. In some marriage ceremonies, a knot is actually tied around the couple's hands with a piece of cloth or ribbon. This is done as a symbol of unity. This wedding tradition can be called a hand-fasting ceremony. Several websites claim that this is an ancient Celtic wedding tradition. The couple holds hands, while someone else ties their hands together with material. This represents the two people being physically and spiritually tied to each other. But let's go back to the word knot. A knot is an interlacing of string, ribbon, rope, or similar material that forms a connection between two or more loose ends. The word knot can also describe a mass or lump of disordered material that is tangled. Some knots are hard to untangle. For example, if your hair has knots, the ends have become tangled together, and it cannot be straightened or combed. When talking about hair, having knots is not a good thing. Knowing how to tie knots is important in many activities, including sailing. For example, rope is used to secure sails. While sailing, you might want ropes to stay knotted at times. But you also need to be able to release the knots quickly at a moment's notice. With a marriage, you want to stay knotted together. You do not want the bond to be easily broken. There are other ways to say to tie the knot. In a formal situation, you can say two people have been wed. A very informal expression is to get hitched. Now let's hear two friends use the expression to tie the knot.
Hey, I have a wonderful secret about our good friends, Finn and Polly. They are tying the knot next month.
What? Finn and Polly? Are you sure?
Yes. Polly told me last week while we were bowling. She's on my bowling team.
I cannot believe that.
Well, believe it. But she made me promise not to say a word, so don't tell anyone.
I am shocked.
Why? Finn and Polly have been dating for years.
I'm not shocked about that. Polly bowls? I had no idea.
And that's all the time we have for this Words and Their Stories. Until next time, I'm Anna Mateo.
Podcast. We just heard Anna Mateo talk about an expression people sometimes use when talking about weddings. Welcome to the show, Anna.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for having me back.
Anna, can you remind our listeners about the expression you discussed this week?
Yes, Dan. This week, I wrote about the expression to tie the knot. Some people have probably heard it before if they have been to a wedding with people who speak English. Maybe they have heard the expression in a movie or television program too. It is a casual way of saying to get married.
Anna, I have heard that expression lots of times. In fact, I probably said it a few times in 2022 since I got married later that year. However, I didn't really know the story behind the phrase. What can you tell us about it?
Well, we think this expression comes from an old Celtic wedding tradition where the hands of the couple were bound together.
Anna, that sounds like a nice way to represent the connection the couple has to each other. It is a lifelong commitment, but hopefully they can untie the knot because it would not be easy to live that way.
I think they do untie the knot pretty quickly. After all, it would be hard to eat the wedding cake with one hand tied to your partner. And think about dancing. They could get hurt.
Well, I guess you can have very small cakes that you can eat with one hand. That would solve the problem. Anna, can you tell us about some other situations where people might have to tie knots?
Well, children learn to tie their shoes, and some children tie them in a knot, which can be difficult for a parent who wants to get those shoes off in a hurry. Also, in my story, I talk about sailing. That is a very common sport or activity where tying knots is very important because you have to tie down the sails on the sailboat. Also, I think rock climbers need to use certain type of knots when they are climbing rocks. And I believe if you join certain outdoor clubs, like the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, you may have to show that you know different knots. There are many different styles of knots.
That reminds me of my knot situation. I used to belong to a rowing center in Washington, D.C., and one night there was a really strong storm that tore a hole in the roof of the building where we kept the boats. That's called the boathouse. Now, some of the boats are stored on very high racks. Some are placed about 10 meters off the ground, and the boats are very costly. So when we put the boats back, we used a lot of long pieces of rope to tie them down, just in case the wind started blowing again. And we had to use some special knots that would keep the boats in place, but also not be too hard to release.
That is a situation, Dan, where you would need some really good knots.
That's true, Anna. And it worked out pretty well. Some people were good at tying the knots. I was not really that good. It took some practice. But Anna, you know, we forgot to mention one of my favorite kinds of knots.
Dan, I did not know that you had a favorite knot. I don't know anyone who has a favorite knot, actually. What is it?
It's a pretzel, of course. I really like pretzels.
Oh, right. Yes, the pretzel knot. That is a very good and tasty kind of knot.
Well, Anna, I feel like we better not spend too much time talking about knots. We should probably say goodbye for now. Thanks for joining us today, Anna.
You're welcome, Dan. It would not be a good week without stopping by to your podcast. Haha, get it? Not is spelled with the K. Anyway, have a good day.
Thanks, Anna. It's always great to have you on the podcast. Speaking of today's podcast, we also heard from John Russell about a new statue in Rome. Then Brian Lynn told us about the boy lighting his family's tent in Gaza. And Katie helped me with the story about Dartmouth College bringing back the SAT and ACT. And then, of course, we heard from Anna, who told us all about tying the knot. We also have to thank all of our VOA colleagues for their work on today's program.
Most importantly, thank you for listening. For more, visit our website at learningenglish.voanews.com. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan Friedel.
From the Voice of America, I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, John Russell has a story on Mexico being the leading source of goods imported by the United States. I have a story on the possibility of a new Category 6 for hurricanes. Brian Lynn has the science report on a new NASA satellite studying oceans and the atmosphere. Later, Jill Robbins and Andrew Smith present the lesson of the day. But first,
for the first time in more than 20 years, Mexico took China's place as the leading source of goods imported by the United States. This change, which took place over the last year, brings attention to the growing tensions between the U.S. and China. It also highlights American efforts to import from countries that are friendlier and closer to home. Figures released recently by the U.S. Commerce Department show that the value of goods imported by the U.S. from Mexico rose nearly 5% from 2022 to 2023 to more than $475 billion. At the same time, the value of Chinese imports dropped 20% to $427 billion. The last time that Mexican goods imported by the United States were greater than the value of China's imports was in 2002. Economic relations between the United States and China have declined in recent years. The Trump administration began putting tariffs on Chinese imports in 2018. The administration argued that China's trade policies broke international trade rules. President Joe Biden kept those taxes on imports after taking office in 2021, making clear that opposition toward China would be a rare area of common ground for Democrats and Republicans. Instead of sending production to China, which U.S. corporations had long done, the Biden administration has urged companies to seek suppliers in allied countries in a process called friendshoring, or to return manufacturing to the United States in a process called reshoring. Supply chain problems related to the COVID-19 pandemic also led U.S. companies to seek supplies closer to the United States in a process called nearshoring. Mexico has been among those helped by the growing move away from Chinese factories. But the picture is more complex than it might seem. Some Chinese manufacturers have established factories in Mexico to get the benefits of the 3-year-old U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. The agreement permits duty-free trade in North America for many products. Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador said last week that the trade deal gives Mexico new power. He said it would make it hard for the U.S. to close the two countries' border to limit immigration, as suggested in negotiations on a border bill in the U.S. Senate. The negotiation is proposing closing the border, he said. Do you think Americans, or Mexicans, but especially the Americans, would approve that? The businesses wouldn't take it, maybe one day, but not a week. Some industries, especially car manufacturers, have set up plants on both sides of the border. These plants depend on each other for a steady supply of parts. Derek Scissors, a China specialist at the American Enterprise Institute, noted that the biggest drops in Chinese imports were in computers and electronics and chemicals and pharmaceuticals, all politically difficult areas. I don't see the U.S. being comfortable with a rebound in those areas in 2024 and 2025, Scissors said, predicting that the China-Mexico reversal on imports to the United States likely is not a one-year blip. Scissors suggested that the drop in U.S. use of Chinese goods partly suggests concerns about China's economic policies under President Xi Jinping. Xi's COVID-19 lockdowns brought large parts of the Chinese economy to a halt in 2022, and his officials have raided foreign companies in possible counter-espionage investigations. I think it's corporate America belatedly deciding Xi Jinping is unreliable, Scissors added. I'm John Russell.
There have been a few very powerful ocean storms in the last 10 years. The expectation of more to come has some experts proposing a new category of large hurricanes, Category 6. Studies have shown that the strongest tropical storms are getting more powerful because of climate change. The traditional 5-category Saffir-Simpson scale was created more than 50 years ago. But two scientists suggested in a new study that the scale may not show the true power of the strongest storms. They propose a 6th category for storms with winds faster than 309 kilometers per hour. The study recently appeared in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Currently, storms with winds of 252 kilometers per hour or higher are Category 5. The study's writers said that this grouping does not do enough to warn people about the greater dangers from storms with even stronger winds. Still, several experts told the Associated Press that they do not think another category is needed. They said it could even send the wrong message to the public because the new proposed category is based on wind speed. Water is by far the deadliest part of hurricanes. Since 2013, 5 storms had winds that would have put them in the new category, with 2 hitting the Philippines. All 5 happened in the Pacific Ocean. As the world warms, such large storms become more likely. Climate change is making the worst storms worse, said Michael Weiner, the study's lead writer. Weiner is a climate scientist at the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab in California. There are not more storms because of climate change, but climate change makes the strongest more intense. The proportion of major hurricanes among all storms is increasing. That is because the oceans are getting warmer, said Brian McNulty. He is a hurricane researcher at Florida's University of Miami. He was not part of the research. Experts have proposed a Category 6 several times over the years, especially since 2013's Typhoon Haiyan reached 315 kilometers per hour over the Pacific. The study said that Haiyan does not appear to be an isolated case. Storms with high enough wind speed are called hurricanes if they form east of the international date line. They are called typhoons if they form to the west of the line. They are known as cyclones in the Indian Ocean and Australia. There have been 5 storms that had 309 km/h winds since 2013. Jim Cosin is a climate and hurricane researcher who was an author of the study. He said if the world keeps to 5 storm categories, people will misjudge the risks as storms get larger and more powerful. Pacific storms are stronger because there is less land to weaken them and more room for storms to grow more intense. That is not the same situation in the Gulf of Mexico and in the Caribbean, Cosin noted. Jamie Rome is Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center in Florida. He said that when warning people about the storms, his office warns people about individual dangers. These dangers include storm surge, wind, rainfall, tornadoes, and rip currents, instead of the particular category of the storm. The categories, he added, only provide information about the dangers from wind.
has launched a new satellite designed to closely study the world's oceans and atmosphere. NASA launched the PACE satellite on September 8th. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket carried PACE into orbit from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA confirmed the launch and reported ground controllers had successfully established contact with the satellite. PACE stands for Plankton, Aerosol, Cloud, Ocean Ecosystem. The satellite will spend at least 3 years studying the environment from an orbit 676 kilometers above the Earth's surface. NASA officials say PACE will map the entire world each day with 2 science instruments. A third instrument will collect monthly measurements. Scientists should start getting their first data within 1 or 2 months. Jeremy Wordle is the project scientist for the PACE project, or mission. He told the Associated Press he sees the effort providing humans an unprecedented view of our home planet. Wordle noted a major goal of the observations is to help scientists improve their ability to predict hurricanes and other severe weather events. He said the instruments can provide detailed data on temperature-related changes happening across the world. The satellite data might help scientists better predict when harmful algae blooms will happen. NASA says PACE will also study aerosols, or particles in the air. Karen St. Germain is NASA's Director of Earth Science. She told reporters before PACE's launch that the study of aerosols is important because they can affect clouds. Aerosols can affect the density of clouds as well as when and how much precipitation the clouds might release. St. Germain noted existing satellites are not equipped to collect detailed data on aerosols. She said PACE will help NASA learn more about how aerosols affect clouds and climate over long periods. The new data is expected to give scientists another dimension of data on how aerosols affect oceans and the atmosphere. Saint Germain added, and then, of course, there is a relationship between the phytoplankton and the aerosols. Phytoplankton are very small plants that float near the surface of water. They serve as a source of food for many sea creatures. NASA says phytoplankton provide food to all sorts of animals, ranging from shellfish to finfish to whales. NASA says PACE's instruments will aim to measure changes in phytoplankton. The satellite will aim to collect data on aerosols that attach to phytoplankton. These studies will be important in identifying any changes in phytoplankton from interactions with aerosols which could affect the ocean and life in it. NASA has already launched a series of Earth-observing satellites and instruments into orbit, but the agency believes PACE will be able to collect more detailed data on how different aerosols and pollutants get into the oceans and the atmosphere. Project scientist Wordle noted that current Earth-observing satellites can only see in 7 or 8 different colors, but he said PACE will see in 200 colors, permitting scientists to better identify different kinds of algae in the sea and particles in the air. News reports say the mission will cost about $950 million. The PACE mission follows the launch in December 2022 of NASA's SWOT satellite. The SWOT mission measures sea levels and changes in bodies of water over time. SWOT is a cooperative effort between NASA and France's space agency. NASA is cooperating with India on another Earth-observing satellite set to launch this year. That spacecraft, called NISAR, will use radar instruments to measure the effects of rising temperatures on glaciers and other melting icy surfaces. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn joins me now to talk more about his science report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Of course, Dan. Thanks for having me.
This week, you previewed a new NASA mission that aims to study all the world's oceans, as well as Earth's atmosphere. What do scientists hope to gain from the data the satellite will collect?
So, yes, as was noted in the report, NASA officials have said this new satellite, called PACE, is equipped with the latest technology tools to provide more detailed data than ever before. The satellite uses 3 powerful new instruments designed to measure levels of various substances in the ocean and atmosphere. One of those instruments is built to detect colors, to identify materials, particularly in the ocean, while 2 others use properties of light to observe particles present in the atmosphere and clouds.
The report does mention the latest mission follows the launch in 2022 of another observing satellite that is also collecting similar data from the world's oceans. How will the PACE mission differ from that one?
Yes, this is correct. The satellite that launched in 2022, called SWOT, does have a similar mission, but NASA has said the main difference between the 2 satellites is that while SWOT is centering on the study of ocean movements, PACE will seek to collect detailed biological data on seas and the atmosphere.
All right, thanks for joining me, Brian.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
For the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Jill Robbins, and I'm joined by Andrew Smith. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Jill.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Anna introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
Watching and listening carefully to the video series can help you understand and speak English better.
And learn about some aspects of American culture. For example, Lesson 20 is called The Test Drive. Anna and her friend Penelope go to an auto show. Have you ever been to an auto show, Andrew?
You know, I haven't. I've never been, but I have been interested in going. They look interesting.
In this video, Anna takes a test drive in a car, which means she drives the car for a short distance to try it out. But at auto shows, it's kind of like a fair to demonstrate new models of cars for people interested in learning about them. So you can expect to see new cars and learn about new features. And nowadays, they're really promoting the electric vehicles.
That's right. At this car show, Anna and Penelope are there as reporters. They also mention someone named Rick, who seems to be the videographer.
That's right. Rick created all of the wonderful videos in our first 2 Let's Learn English series. Let's listen in and find out what Anna and Penelope learn.
Now, that's a great idea. Rick, I think we should use this as the opening shot.
Anna, did Miss Weaver give us instructions for covering the car show?
She did. She said that we need to show lots of cars. She said we need to interview people. Okay. And she also said to have fun.
Those were her exact words.
Yeah. She said, have fun, Anna. And she is the boss. Okay, Rick, are you ready? Okay.
Hello, I'm Anna Mateo. Welcome to the Washington Car Show. People all over town are saying that if you like cars, this is the place to be. So let's see what people are talking about.
One of the grammar points in this lesson is reported speech. We hear Anna telling Penelope what Ms. Weaver said.
She said that we need to show lots of cars. She said we need to interview people.
Let's compare how we tell exactly what someone said, like directly, to reporting what they said indirectly. When we quote a person, we give their exact words. Imagine how Anna could directly quote Ms. Weaver.
Ms. Weaver said, "You need to show lots of cars. You need to interview people."
In reported speech, we make some changes. We add a reporting verb, which in our example is the word said. It could also be words such as tell, ask, reply, or any other verbs we use for speech. Then we can use a conjunction like that. The conjunction is optional, as we hear in our examples. Finally, we say the reporting clause, which often uses a different tense from the original. For example, if the verb is present, we might change it to the past. And we may change the pronoun if the quote used one. That sounds like a lot of changes, but it's not too complicated. Listen again.
She said that we need to show lots of cars. She said we need to interview people.
Let me give an example where the verb tense changes. Last week, you told me that you were driving to North Carolina for the weekend.
I did. And to report that, you changed the verb tense. I said, I am driving to North Carolina for the weekend.
Yeah, and I would say, Andrew told me that he was driving to North Carolina for the weekend.
Let's listen to one more example from our story. First, Anna tells Penelope that Ms. Weaver told them to have fun. Then, Penelope asks Anna to tell her exactly what Ms. Weaver said.
And she also said to have fun.
Those were her exact words.
Yeah, she said, have fun, Anna.
I think that's because she didn't quite believe her.
Yeah. Listeners, let's practice this a little bit. Jill and I will say a quote, then give you time to change it to reported speech. Then we'll let you know how it should change. Are you ready?
Yep. Here's the first one. I am going shopping.
Jill said she was going shopping. Or, Jill said she was going to go shopping. Notice the verb changed from am to was. Okay, now it's my turn. I will wash the dishes after lunch.
Andrew said that he would wash the dishes after lunch. Here, the past tense applies to the modal verb will. And the next one. Andrew, will you please make me a cup of tea?
Jill asked me to make her a cup of tea.
Aha! You changed the reporting verb there to ask. Good job.
Jill just said that I did a good job.
Wait, that wasn't an example. I was just saying that.
Well, I guess I'm really on a roll with this reported speech. Now, let's see what happens back at the auto show. I think we're in for some silliness or funny situations, which you can see for yourself if you go to our website and watch the video.
Okay, I think we got good interviews.
Me too. People all had very different opinions, but they all said they loved cars.
Anna, look, a robot.
A robot.
A robot.
Rick, we have to use the robot in the show.
What is your first name?
Anna.
Anna?
Anna.
You know, what an effort. What an effort to robot dance. How about a round of applause for Anna? I've never seen anyone try so hard.
Penelope, did you hear that? Hank the robot said that he has never seen anyone dance like me.
I'm sure our listeners can imagine Anna doing that robot dance. And did you notice some more reported speech?
I did. Anna said,
Hank the robot said that he has never seen anyone dance like me.
I bet he hadn't. But now it's time for us to end this podcast.
Andrew said it was time to end the podcast. But you can still practice reported speech. Listen to the radio or TV and take one sentence. Write it or say it to yourself using reported speech.
I think that's a good idea, Jill. Also, our listeners can write to us in an email to learningenglish@voanews.com. Thanks for listening to the Lesson of the Day. If you liked this program, please share it with your family and friends. And remember that you can also find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
Our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, Mario Ritter Jr. has a report on the Egyptian government's threat to suspend the peace agreement it has with Israel. Gregory Stockel and Gina Bennett present this week's Health and Lifestyle Report. Finally, we hear today's Lesson of the Day. But first, here is Mario Ritter Jr.
Egyptian President Anwar Sadat, Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, and U.S. President Jimmy Carter signed a peace deal in 1979. The agreement, marked by a handshake, has resulted in more than 40 years of peace between Middle East neighbors Israel and Egypt. That peace agreement has held up through 2 Palestinian uprisings and several wars between Israel and Hamas. But the Egyptian government is threatening to suspend the agreement as Israel plans to send troops into Rafah, a city in Gaza on the border with Egypt. In 1977, Begin, Israel's new prime minister, was opposed to giving back any land captured by Israel 10 years earlier in the 1967 war. Those lands included Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. Egypt and Israel had fought 4 major wars, most recently in 1973. However, Egypt's Sadat broke with other Arab leaders and decided to talk with the Israelis. The talks resulted in the Camp David Accords in September 1978, and a peace treaty the following year. Under the peace treaty, Israel agreed to withdraw from the Sinai, which Egypt would leave demilitarized. Israeli ships were granted passage through the Suez Canal, an important trade pathway. The countries established full diplomatic relations. It was Israel's first peace agreement with an Arab country since the country's establishment in 1948. Paige Alexander is head of the Carter Center. She said, "The Camp David Accords were led by 3 brave men who took a bold stance because they knew the lasting effects for peace and security both then and for the future. We need the same kind of leadership today, and that is currently lacking." On Sunday, 2 Egyptian officials and a Western diplomat told the Associated Press that Egypt might suspend the peace treaty if Israeli troops enter Rafah. Last October, Hamas launched a surprise attack from the Palestinian territory of Gaza into southern Israel. The terrorist group killed more than 1,200 people and took more than 150 hostages, including Americans. Israel answered with airstrikes and ground attacks in Gaza. The Palestinian-controlled Health Ministry reported in February that 28,000 people have been killed in more than 4 months of fighting. The number, which is not confirmed, includes both civilians and militants. Israel says Rafah is the last area under Hamas control. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said sending ground troops into Rafah is needed to defeat the group. However, Egypt opposes any move that could send desperate Palestinians fleeing across the border into its territory. Rafah serves as the main entry point into Gaza for humanitarian aid. An Israeli attack could prevent deliveries of supplies to Palestinians in Gaza. Rafah's population has expanded from 280,000 people to an estimated 1.4 million as Palestinians flee fighting in other parts of Gaza. Hundreds of thousands of those evacuees are now living in tents. Netanyahu has ordered the Israeli military to prepare a plan to evacuate all Palestinian civilians before the offensive starts. But it is unclear where they will go. Netanyahu said Sunday that Palestinians would be able to return to open spaces in northern Gaza. But those areas have been badly damaged by the Israeli offensive. The treaty between Egypt and Israel limits the number of troops on both sides of the border. The countries, however, have agreed in the past to make changes to deal with security threats. In addition to Gaza, Israel has engaged in regular exchanges of weapons fire with the Hezbollah militant group in Lebanon. Israeli forces are also deployed in the occupied West Bank. If Egypt were to end the agreement, Israel would have to deploy more troops to protect its southern border with Egypt. Such a move, however, would affect Egypt as well. Since the peace agreement, Israel has received billions of dollars in military assistance from the U.S. If the agreement is ended, it could threaten that aid while Egypt's economy is struggling. The war between Hamas and Israel has already spread to the Red Sea, where Yemen's Houthi rebels regularly attack commercial shipping. In Jordan, militants, supported by Iran, struck an American position with a drone last month, killing 3 U.S. service members. The U.S. answered with several major strikes against militants in Iraq and Syria. Alexander from the Carter Center said any step that could draw Egypt into the hostilities would be catastrophic for the entire region. I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
Women are much more likely to get autoimmune diseases than men. New research may finally explain why. Autoimmune diseases happen when the body's natural defenses, or immune system, attack the body's tissues. Researchers from Stanford University in California say the reason for this may be connected to how the body deals with females' second X chromosome. The finding could help improve doctors' abilities to detect autoimmune diseases. E. John Wary is an immunologist at the University of Pennsylvania. He said the new study changes the way we think about this whole process of autoimmunity. Between 24 million and 50 million Americans suffer from an autoimmune disorder. Autoimmune disorders include lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, and many other diseases.
About 4 of every 5 patients with an autoimmune disorder are women. Scientists have tried to find out why for many years. One theory is that the X chromosome might be the reason. Females have 2 X chromosomes, while males have 1 X and 1 Y. The new research recently appeared in the publication Cell. The results show that the extra X is involved, but in an unexpected way. Our DNA is carried inside each cell in 23 pairs of chromosomes, including the final pair that decides biological sex. The X chromosome is packed with hundreds of genes, far more than males' much smaller Y chromosome. Every female cell must turn off one of its X chromosome copies to avoid getting a dangerous double amount of all those genes. Scientists call this process X chromosome inactivation. A special kind of RNA, called exist, performs the X chromosome inactivation. Exist is a long chain of RNA. It gathers in areas along a cell's extra X chromosome and attracts proteins that connect to it in unusual masses. Then it silences the chromosome.
Dr. Howard Chang is a dermatologist at Stanford University. He was exploring how exist does its job when his lab found nearly 100 of those attached proteins. Chang saw that many of those proteins were related to skin-related autoimmune disorders. Patients can have autoantibodies that mistakenly attack these normal proteins. Chang told the Associated Press, "That got us thinking, these are the known ones. What about the other proteins in exist?" He added that the molecule, found only in women, might somehow organize proteins in such a way as to activate the immune system. If true, exist by itself could not cause autoimmune disease. If it did, all women would be affected. Scientists have long thought it takes a combination of some genes and an environmental event, like an infection or injury, for the immune system to cause problems. For example, the Epstein-Barr virus is linked to multiple sclerosis. Chang receives financial support from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, which also supports the Associated Press's Health and Science Department. Chang's team decided to produce male lab mice to artificially make exist without turning off their only X chromosome and see what happened. Researchers also specially bred mice susceptible to developing a lupus-like condition. The condition can be set off by a certain chemical.
The exist formed its usual protein masses. When the chemical was used, the male mice with exist developed lupus-like autoimmunity at levels similar to females, the team found. Chang said, "We think that's really important for exist RNA to leak out of the cell to where the immune system gets to see it." But he added that an environmental event is still needed to start the process. Beyond mice, researchers also looked at blood from 100 patients. They found autoantibodies targeting exist-related proteins that scientists had not previously linked to autoimmune disorders. Chang said one possible reason was that most tests for autoimmunity were made using male cells. More research is necessary. But Wary, the immunologist at Penn, said the findings might give doctors a shorter path to diagnosing patients. Wary said one patient may have autoantibodies to protein A and another patient may have autoantibodies to proteins C and D. But he said knowing they are all related to exist RNA can help doctors find diseases more easily. I'm Gina Bennett.
And I'm Gregory Stockel.
Gina Bennett joins me now to talk more about this week's Health and Lifestyle Report. Hi, Gina. Welcome.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for having me.
In the report, you and Gregory note that scientists have tried to understand for many years why autoimmune diseases affect more women than men.
Yes, 4 out of every 5 patients who have an autoimmune disease are women, and it may be because of women's extra X chromosome.
You also explain that autoimmune diseases happen when the body's immune system attacks healthy cells by mistake. The word immune is part of both immune system and autoimmune disease.
Good catch. The word autoimmune also includes the prefix auto. It comes from the Greek autos, meaning self.
Interesting. I can think of other words with the prefix auto, like automobile.
Yes. There are actually more than 20 words in English that use the prefix auto. You mentioned automobile. Autograph, autobiography, and automatic are some other words. The prefix can mean self or by itself.
Knowing prefixes and suffixes can be really helpful for English learners. Thanks, Gina, for that reminder.
You're welcome. Great catch with the word autoimmune.
And now it's time for the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Jill Robbins, and I'm joined by Andrew Smith. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Jill.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Anna introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
Watching and listening carefully to the video series can help you understand and speak English better.
And in today's lesson, we're going to talk about that word speak and compare it with the word talk. The words speak and talk are similar, but native speakers use them a little differently.
Lesson 21 from Level 2 of Let's Learn English shows some of these differences. In the lesson, Anna wants to buy a birthday present for Pete. Her friend Ashley tells her to go to a special store that makes art from objects that people throw away in the trash or rubbish. Let's listen to the first part.
Got it. Pete, I promise I won't tell anyone. Bye. He is so strange.
Hey, Anna.
Hi, Ashley.
Are you talking to yourself again?
No, not this time. I was talking to Pete.
How's he doing?
Good. He has a birthday coming up, but he told me not to tell anyone.
Why?
Well, from the way he was speaking, I don't think he likes cake or presents or fun.
That sounds like Pete.
Well, I don't care. I'm getting him a present. Do you know where I can buy something unique?
I do. Tanglewood Works. You will definitely find something unique there.
Great. I'll go this weekend. Now, speaking of Pete's birthday, what else should I do? I know. I'll rent him a clown.
Yeah. He'll never speak to you again.
Now, let's hear Professor Bott explain some of the differences between the words talk and speak.
Did you hear Ashley and Anna using the words talk and speak? Talk and speak both mean to say words. And many times you can use either word without losing any meaning. But there are some differences in when we use these words. The word talk is usually used for conversations between two or more people and informal situations such as between friends or family. For example, Ashley asks Anna,
"Are you talking to yourself again?"
Speak is usually used for one-way communication, such as presentations, formal situations such as a boss speaking with her workers, to talk about language ability, and in polite requests.
You know, I think the formal and informal difference is important for learners to know. For example, if you are going to meet with your boss or someone in a higher or important position, we don't use the word talk. Instead, we say something like this: I need to speak with my boss.
And on the phone, when we call a business, we always ask, may I speak with someone? Or may I speak with so-and-so? And we mention the person's name.
And the verb speak is also used in some idiomatic expressions. When we say, speak for yourself, that means we don't agree with or we don't want to be involved in what someone else is saying.
For example, if your work colleague says, we should all tell our manager that we don't like him, but you disagree, then you could say, speak for yourself. I actually like him a lot.
But you do need to be careful if you use this expression, speak for yourself, because it can have a strong meaning, so it can sometimes sound impolite or disrespectful.
Yep, and we don't want to do that.
That's right, but you might be able to say it in a more joking way with your friends.
Okay, and here's another expression with the verb speak.
Great, I'll go this weekend. Now, speaking of Pete's birthday, what else should I do? I know, I'll rent him a clown.
When we say speaking of, we just mean we are connecting to something that was already mentioned.
Now, let's listen to Anna as she visits the special store to look for a birthday present.
Hey there, welcome to Tanglewood Works. I'm Sue. How can I help you today?
Hi, Sue. I'm Anna. A friend told me about your store. She said, Anna, this place is really unique.
We are. Here at Tanglewood Works, we focus on things that are handmade, reclaimed, and recycled.
Wow, that is really good for the environment.
It's really good for you, too. Local artists made all of these one-of-a-kind pieces, and I paint most of the furniture.
Can I look around?
Oh, please do. So, Anna, do you like to make things?
Me? Oh, no. Every time I try to make something, something goes wrong. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
It's okay. Anna, everybody can make something.
Sue, this piece is very interesting.
You know, when I found these pieces, they were broken and in a dumpster. But they spoke to me and they said, "Save me, Sue. Save me."
Sue, what do you mean they spoke to you?
When I see something special that someone has thrown away, I can almost hear it talk.
Yeah, it's not saying anything.
Anna, it's not easy to see the treasure in trash.
Or hear it talk.
But you can learn. In fact, I teach private classes, and one is called Turning Trash to Treasure. Next week, bring in some trash, and we'll turn it into treasure. Just remember, pick some trash that speaks to you.
Got it. I'll see you next week.
In the next lesson of Let's Learn English, lesson 22 of level 2, we'll find out what Anna tries to make from objects she finds in the trash.
And did you hear another idiomatic expression with the verb speak? The store owner says the objects she found in the dumpster spoke to her.
Of course, that does not mean the objects were talking. Instead, it means she felt a special connection to or interest in the objects.
We use this expression when we talk about visual art. We can say a painting or sculpture speaks to us.
Okay, so from today's lesson, we hope you've learned some of the special ways we use the verb speak.
And remember that there are lots of things you can talk about when you speak English. So keep trying to speak English whenever you can.
Thanks for listening to the lesson of the day. If you liked this program, please share it with your family and friends. And remember that you can also find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. I'm Andrew Smith.
Speak for yourself, Andrew. I'm Jill Robbins.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear stories from Katie Weaver and Brian Lynn. Then Gregory Stockel and Anna Matteo present this week's education report. Finally, we hear the lesson of the day from John Russell. But first, here is Katie Weaver.
The oldest gun maker in America is closing its factory in a small town in the state of New York. Remington Firearms was formed 2 centuries ago in what is now the town of Ilion, a village in the heart of New York's Mohawk Valley area. It began when Eliphalet Remington forged his first rifle barrel nearby in 1816. Remington's owners recently announced it would permanently shut the factory in March. They said costs were too high to continue making guns in Ilion. The company is uniting all its operations in the southeastern state of Georgia. Remington officials say Georgia is friendlier to the firearms industry than New York. The company's recent history has been marked by a lawsuit connected to the mass murder of 20 children and 6 adults in 2012 at an elementary school in Connecticut. Remington Arms agreed to pay $73 million to relatives of victims and a survivor to settle the legal action. The company also declared financial failure more than once. The factory workforce had dropped from about 1,300 workers more than 10 years ago to around 300. About 7,600 people live in Ilion. The gunmaker's withdrawal is a major loss to the town's economy and more. When Remington leaves, it's not going to be like a facility leaving. It's going to be like part of your family has moved off, said former factory worker Jim Conover. Conover retired in 2004 after 40 years at the plant. Everyone knows someone who worked at the factory. For some families, jobs there are almost a birthright. Conover's father and sons also worked at the plant. Building engineer Frank Rusty Brown has had many family members among his co-workers. My mom worked there, my dad worked there, my wife works there with me now. My daughter works there with me now. My second daughter works there with me now. And my son-in-law works there, said Brown, who is president of the United Mine Workers of America, Local 717. He added, "So it's a double hit for me and my wife, 2 of us out of a job." The current owners of Remington Firearms, Rem Arms, blamed production inefficiencies for the plant closure in a letter to union officials late last year. They noted the high cost of caring for about 92,903 square meters of space in several buildings, many dating to World War I. Rem Arms added that Georgia offered an environment that better supports and welcomes the firearms industry. Rem Arms CEO Ken Darcy also said in a news release that the industry was concerned about the legislative environment in New York. But in a stretch of upstate New York where support for gun rights tends to be strong, some Republican elected officials seized on the company's comment about Georgia. They linked the plant closure to gun control measures championed by New York City area Democrats in recent years. Rem Arms, which bought the firearms business in 2020, did not answer emails and calls seeking comment. The company said in its letter to the union it expected to end facility operations around March 4th. The company earlier announced in 2021 it was moving its headquarters to LaGrange, Georgia. Rem Arms said it would open a factory and research operation there. I'm Katie Weaver.
Researchers say new evidence suggests Saturn's icy moon Mimas likely has a large underground ocean. Astronomers based their finding on data collected by the American Space Agency NASA's Cassini spacecraft. Cassini observed Saturn and its more than 140 moons for more than 10 years before ending operations in 2017. The spacecraft's data covered details about the moon's orbit and rotation. Researchers reported the data provided the best evidence yet of a hidden ocean about 20 to 30 kilometers beneath the frozen surface. Mimas is a relatively small moon, about 400 kilometers wide. Researchers say Mimas lacks formations on its surface found on other moons, which suggest the presence of underground water. These can include a broken surface as well as geyser activity. Scientists said the fact that Mimas did not have unusual surface formations made it an unlikely candidate for an underground ocean. Valérie Lenné of the Paris Observatory was co-author of a study describing the research in the publication Nature. Mimas was probably the most unlikely place to look for a global ocean, and liquid water more generally, he said in an email to the Associated Press. Lenné added, "So that looks like a potentially habitable world, but nobody knows how much time is needed for life to arise." The amount of water thought to exist below the surface of Mimas would represent just 1.2 to 1.4% of Earth's oceans, Lenné said. That is because of the moon's small size. However, Mimas does have a very large crater caused by a crash with a space object. For this reason, the appearance of the moon has been compared to the fictional Death Star space station in the popular movie series Star Wars. English astronomer William Herschel discovered Mimas in 1789. It is named after a giant in Greek mythology. An article appearing with the study in Nature was co-written by Mattia Chuk of the SETI Institute Research Center and Alyssa Rose Roden of the Southwest Research Institute. The two were not part of the study, but they wrote that they find the idea that a small icy moon can contain young oceans inspiring. The researchers said the underground ocean appears to have formed recently in space terms, possibly between 5 and 15 million years ago. Linné said the ocean would likely have an overall temperature of around 0 degrees Celsius, but the temperature at the sea floor might be much warmer. The fact that the water is in contact with the moon's rocky center may create the right complex chemical conditions to support life. But the researchers noted that because the ocean is believed to be young, it might not be ideal for life to form there. Scientists have said in the past that another moon of Saturn, Enceladus, might possess the warmth, water, and chemical compounds necessary to support life. But because Mimas's ocean is so young, it might be a challenge for life's development. Study co-writer Gabrielle Toby told Reuters. Toby is a scientist at the French Scientific Research Agency, CNRS, and the University of Nantes. However, Toby added, nobody knows how long life needs to emerge from a suitable environment. Mimas may offer a unique opportunity to explore the first stage of life's development. I'm Brian Lynn.
Unclear guidelines for when to keep a child at home if they are sick might play a part in the nationwide problem of students missing too much school. Some activists, school officials, and the state of California are now asking that parents send their children to school even if they show signs of sickness. They say acceptable problems include eye infections and lice. Families need to hear they no longer must keep children at home at any sign of sickness, said Hedy Chang. Chang is the director of Attendance Works, a nonprofit group aiming to improve school attendance. The group has issued its own guidance. It urges parents to send children to school if they can join day-to-day activities, have low-level sickness, or head lice. The American Academy of Pediatrics is an organization for doctors who treat children. It recommends that children stay home when there are signs of sickness like fever, vomiting, or diarrhea, or when students are not well enough to participate in class. A fever is defined as a body temperature above 38 degrees Celsius. But many school districts go far beyond that, offering different signs of sickness that would prevent parents from sending their children to school.
Trenace Dorsey Hollins has a 5-year-old daughter who was sick a lot last year. Dorsey Hollins followed school guidelines and kept her daughter home when she had a cough, painful throat, fever, or sneezing. Near the end of the year, school officials in Fort Worth, Texas, called her in to talk about why her daughter had missed so much school. During the pandemic, schools urged parents and children to stay home at any sign of illness. Although the emergency has ended, She said no one has said that those rules have changed. In the past, if the child didn't have a fever, then it's okay to send them to school, said the mother of 5 and 13-year-old children. But now, it's like if they have a cough, you might want to keep them home. Which is it? Dorsey Hollins's youngest daughter goes to school in Fort Worth Independent School District. It suggests staying home if a child has a cough, sore throat, or rash. The guidelines say a student should be fever-free for 24 hours without medication before returning to school. Austin Independent School District in Texas lists signs of illness like eye redness, undetermined rash, or open draining lesions as reasons to stay home.
Other school districts have different guidelines. Children with lice cannot go to class in New York City schools. And Maryland's Montgomery County schools recommend keeping a child home for stomach pain, pale or flushed face, or thick yellow discharge from the nose. Dr. Claire McCarthy is a doctor at Boston Children's Hospital who teaches at Harvard Medical School. She said it is understandable that different places would have different guidelines. Each school or school district has a different tolerance for illness, said McCarthy. Test results show that children fell behind in their studies when schools closed during the pandemic. Children who regularly missed school found it more difficult to catch up. During the 2021 to 2022 school year, more than 25% of students missed at least 10% of the school year. That number is up from 15% before the pandemic. Missing 10% or more of the school year puts students at risk. Students who miss school also might miss meals, socializing with other students and adults, physical exercise, and mental health and healthcare services. In addition, teachers must spend a lot of time supporting students who miss class. This takes time from students who attend class and are on target for the year.
Recently, the state of California decided to change their stay-at-home guidelines for the autumn. The new guidelines say children with low-level signs of sickness can come to school. Noha Abalata leads the Roots Health Center in Oakland, California. The group says it provides health services for poor people and those affected by inequality. Abalata said the change in guidance might have a greater effect on poor people and minorities. Abalata said people in those communities might be more likely to live in homes with more than one generation, to take public transportation, or have poor heating and cooling systems in their homes. She said she hoped that staying home when sick would continue after the pandemic. Instead, she said, it feels like the pendulum is swinging fiercely back in the other direction. Tracy Schmidt oversees attendance for the Office of Education in San Diego County, California. She said she feels hopeful that parents and schools will learn about the new guidance and that students will miss less school. The most important place for our kids to be is school, she said. I'm Anna Mateo.
And I'm Gregory Stockel.
Gregory Stockel joins me now to talk more about this week's education report. Welcome back, Greg.
Thanks. I'm happy to be back.
This week's story centered on how many parents in the U.S. may be keeping their children home from school too much because they show signs of sickness.
That is right. And as we said in the report, COVID-19 has a lot to do with it. During the pandemic, children were often not permitted to go to school if they showed any sign of sickness at all. But some schools are issuing guidelines to help clear up when a child should stay home and when they are permitted to go to school.
You described a few different signs of sickness. Could you tell us a bit more about some of them?
I'd be happy to. So, a sign of illness is also called a symptom. Symptoms let us know that we are sick. I talked about a few different symptoms of illness in the story. They can include a fever, cough, pale or flushed face, and thick yellow discharge from the nose.
What does it mean to have a pale face? And what about a flushed face?
So when your face is pale, it is a lighter color than what it normally is. And a flushed face is when it is redder due to increased blood flow.
Well, I hope you're not experiencing any of those symptoms. Thanks again, Greg, for joining me on the show.
Thanks for having me, Ashley.
Ashley Thompson tells us about a costly food that is popular during Vietnam's Lunar New Year celebrations, Dong Tao chicken. Pay careful attention to the word fragrant. We will talk more about it after the report.
Dong Tao chicken has been a food of choice for generations in Vietnam for the Lunar New Year, or Tet. The rare bird is known for its strangely large feet. It is also known as a dragon chicken. The chicken gets its name from the village of Dong Tao, about 30 kilometers southeast of Hanoi. Dong Tao chickens are believed to bring good luck and wealth to their owners. At one point, they were only bred to serve meat for the royal families and officials. Today, demand for Dong Tao chicken in Vietnam has risen sharply. That demand comes from a growing number of wealthy people in one of Asia's fastest-growing economies. Lê Chang Chung is a chicken farmer in the village of Dong Tao. He told Reuters that a fully grown Dong Tao chicken at 1 year old sells for $200 and sometimes as much as $400. The demand for Dong Tao chicken is also fueled by its rich taste. Loc Duc Tuan is a 25-year-old cook in Hanoi. Tuan said a Dong Tao chicken has its best taste at the age of 13 to 15 months. When steamed, the skin will be crispy with a fragrant aroma of its own and a sweeter meat compared to other normal chicken, Tuan said. Win Thi Hong Nhung is a chicken farmer. She said the most valuable parts of Dong Tao chickens are its legs. Their large legs make it difficult for them to hatch from their eggs. Sometimes they can accidentally break their eggs. It takes about a year to raise a dongtao chicken, compared to 3 months for other kinds. The chickens are now also raised beyond the village of Dongtao. That means more people may have the chance to buy a Dongtao chicken. But Fan Van Hue, a Dongtao agriculture official, said chickens raised in the village and fed with its native rice and corn have the best taste. Production hasn't met domestic demand yet, Hugh added. I'm sure you won't find any Dongtao chicken in any KFC restaurants in the foreseeable future. I'm Ashley Thompson.
Before the report, we asked you to pay careful attention to the word fragrant. Can you remember when you heard it? You heard the term in a quote from a cook who works in Hanoi. Let's listen again.
Luk Duk Tuan is a 25-year-old cook in Hanoi. Tuan said a Dongtao chicken has its best taste at the age of 13 to 15 months. When steamed, the skin will be crispy with a fragrant aroma of its own and a sweeter meat compared to other normal chicken, Tuan said.
We spell fragrant like this: F-R-A-G-R-A-N-T. Fragrant is an adjective. It means having a pleasant smell that is often sweet. There are a small number of nouns that often appear with fragrant. These words generally relate to a scent carried in the air. Two kinds of things are often described as giving off fragrant smells: foods and plants. So you are likely to hear about a food giving off a fragrant smell or a fragrant aroma. In the same way, you are likely to hear about a plant giving off a fragrant smell. You are likely to hear statements about fragrant flowers, fragrant blossoms, or fragrant herbs. The two central ideas you need to remember is that fragrant is related to the sense of smell and is almost always positive in meaning. So, if you hear Dongtao chicken described as having a fragrant aroma, you can be confident that the meaning is positive. Even if you do not know what exactly an aroma is, you can guess that it is something related to the sense of smell. A few words about how to pronounce fragrant. It involves two vowel sounds, A and A. We generally place stress on the first part of the word, fray. It involves the A vowel sound. We generally do not stress the second part of the word, grunt. It involves the A vowel sound. Let's work together to pronounce the word. Listen and repeat after me. Fragrant. 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 Today we learned about a dish that is often linked to the Lunar New Year in Vietnam. We learned about the word fragrant, its meaning, usage, and pronunciation. We hope that after listening to this lesson, you will be able to enjoy some good, tasty, and perhaps slightly sweet food. Or should we say, we hope that you will be able to enjoy some fragrant dishes in the near future. And that's the lesson of the day. I'm John Russell.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson. to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Gregory Stockel reports on labor shortages in the U.S. caused by an aging population. John Russell has a story on how businesses are offering fewer products. Brian Lynn has the technology report on President Biden's appearance on TikTok as a part of his re-election campaign. Later, Jill Robbins and Andrew Smith present the lesson of the day. But first,
each day, about 10,000 baby boomers leave the U.S. workforce. Baby boomers are the generation of people born between 1946 and 1964. The COVID-19 pandemic only increased the amount of people retiring as older workers decided to retire early rather than risk getting sick. We're running out of workers. Why? Because baby boomers are retiring and you don't have enough younger workers who are skilled to fill their spots, said Dana Peterson, chief economist at the Conference Board, a research group. She said the U.S. is going to have labor shortages, and she added that the pandemic quickened retirements and made labor shortages more intense. Seljuk Aaron is a senior economist at the Conference Board. He said the problem is that for every person leaving, only one person is coming into the labor force. And a slowed down labor force means limited growth. He said, so one-on-one means that your labor force is not growing, which is going to slow down economic growth as well. The federal government workforce is also expected to be hit hard as more boomers retire. 40% of the federal government is aged 55 or more as of now, so that means that this huge wave of retirements is coming, Aaron says. And you're going to have a difficult time to replace them because there's not enough younger people, especially with the educational requirements that those jobs require. A Conference Board report looks at industries that are likely to have shortages as older Americans leave the workforce. They include physical labor jobs like personal care, food services, cleaning, and jobs involving repairs and building, among others. Production and transportation jobs will also be affected by retiring baby boomers, but less so. The report finds that the most severe labor shortages will be in health-related jobs, as more aging boomers will require personal care. The possibility for labor shortages is mostly lower in jobs that require a college degree. STEM professionals, or those working in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, are at a lower risk of shortages. Jobs that permit remote work will have less intense labor shortages, the report says. Immigration could be a way to lessen the effects of boomers leaving their jobs, Aaron says. Aaron said, that's probably the fastest solution because it takes time to educate a younger person to bring them to that skill level. He said, "The fastest solution is just immigration and giving priority to immigrants with those skills that we are going to be lacking. That's number one." He said number two is to keep baby boomers working by giving them incentives to stay in the workforce. Incentives could include tax and social security policies that do not punish someone who works into their 70s, and offering increased freedoms like remote or part-time work to people nearing retirement age. For Chicago-based college professor Kristen Mariani, retiring baby boomers mean increased opportunities for her students. She said the effect is it's giving younger people, the generations that came after them, to become the change makers, the decision makers. Mariani is a professor at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. She added that it is important to make sure that the education and the knowledge that is given to these individuals, that they will be able to move forward with these responsibilities. I'm Gregory Stockwell.
American businesses are reducing the number of products that they offer. The change began before the COVID-19 pandemic. It has only increased in recent months. Coca-Cola used to offer around 400 different kinds of drinks. The beverage company recently decided to discontinue half of them. Among the products cut were Tab, Zico coconut water, Diet Coke Feisty Cherry, and Odwalla juices. Other American businesses are reducing food offerings from mayonnaise to cereals. Car companies, too, are offering fewer kinds of cars and instead putting more effort into what they think will sell best. Stu Leonard's, a company that operates food stores in Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey, has cut the number of cereals it offers from 49 in 2019 to 24. Edgewell Personal Care Company, the maker of Schick razors and Banana Boat suntan lotion, has cut some kinds of its antibacterial wipes called Wet Ones, among other products. Dollar General, based in Goodlettsville, Tennessee, used to offer 6 different kinds of mayonnaise. Now it offers 2. The consumer is not going to know the difference, Todd J. Vassos, chief of Dollar General, told experts in December. Actually, it's going to make her life a little simpler when she goes to the shelf. Shoppers looking for cars are finding fewer choices as well. Both General Motors and Ford have announced they are limiting the number of option combinations customers can get on their vehicles to reduce manufacturing and purchasing complexity. That is a change of direction from a few years ago when companies aimed to offer more choices. Online shopping caused some to think that more choices lead to better sales. But more choices often do not. Companies started reducing the number of products they offer a year or two before the pandemic. During the pandemic, the reductions increased, with companies focusing on necessities as they faced supply problems. After the pandemic, when goods began moving freely again, many businesses discovered less was better. New offerings made up about 2% of products in stores in 2023. That includes products for beauty, footwear, technology, and toys. Market research company Circana said that number is down from 5% in 2019. Many think the companies are also helping shoppers. Some studies show that fewer choices result in shoppers buying more. In 2000, psychologists Sheena Langer and Mark Lepper published a study that showed limited selection is better for people who are buying things. In their experiment, the researchers found consumers were 10 times more likely to purchase jam when the number of jams available was cut down from 24 to 6. Later studies have produced similar findings. Retailers are recognizing that they have to be respectful of shoppers' time, said Paco Underhill, whose company, Envirocell, studies consumer behavior. But retailers cannot just reduce offerings without a plan, said David Berliner of BDO, a business services company. You want to make these cuts so they're not even aware of it, and you want the store to still look full, Berliner said. If you do it too much, you might scare some away. I'm John Russell.
U.S. President Joe Biden officially has a presence on TikTok, but his re-election campaign is having to defend its decision to put him on the video-sharing app. That is because his administration has repeatedly warned of national security concerns linked to TikTok. Biden, a Democrat, first appeared on TikTok in a video published Sunday night. The 30-second video showed him answering a series of questions, mostly about Sunday's Super Bowl. U.S. officials have said the decision to put the president on TikTok came from Biden's campaign organization, not the White House. Campaign officials have explained that they see TikTok as a way for Biden, age 81, to connect with younger voters. Last month, a TikTok representative told U.S. lawmakers the app currently had an estimated 170 million active users in the United States. That was up from 150 million a year earlier. Online data company Statista has estimated about 70% of American teenagers are users of TikTok. U.S. officials have long warned that TikTok presents national security concerns. The government has accused TikTok's owner, Chinese company ByteDance, of sharing user data with China's government. Critics have said China could also use TikTok to spread misinformation and that material published on the service can harm the mental health of young users. TikTok denies the accusations. President Biden approved a limited ban on TikTok in December 2022. The ban made it unlawful for most of the federal government's 4 million employees to use the app on devices owned by agencies. On Monday, White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said the U.S. government's position and policies concerning TikTok had not changed. There are still national security concerns about the use of TikTok on government devices, and there's been no change to our policy not to allow that, Kirby said. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters election rules barred her from commenting on campaign matters. But when asked about worries that TikTok and similar apps can help spread disinformation, she said, "It's a concern that we have." A spokesman for Biden's re-election campaign defended the use of TikTok to help get the president's message out. Deputy Campaign Manager Rob Flaherty noted that by Monday afternoon, Biden's TikTok video had been watched more than 5 million times. The video, Flaherty said in a statement, demonstrates the campaign's continuing efforts to reach voters in an evolving, fragmented, and increasingly personalized media environment. Attempts in Congress to restrict TikTok have not resulted in approved legislation. A number of U.S. states and some universities have banned TikTok on state-issued devices. Several lawmakers criticized the Biden campaign's decision. Among them was Republican Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri. He wrote on X that Biden's campaign was bragging about using a Chinese spy app, even though Biden signed a law banning it on all federal devices. Republican Senator Joni Ernst also reacted on X, expressing concern that the campaign had decided to put Biden on what she described as a dangerous propaganda app. Republican Representative Darrell Issa said, "Panic is when the Biden campaign joins TikTok after the White House banned the app from devices a year ago." Senator Mark Warner, a Democrat, also expressed his national security concerns about TikTok and criticized the campaign's decision to put Biden on the app. "I think that we still need to find a way to follow India, which has prohibited TikTok," Warner said. He added, "I'm a little worried about a mixed message." I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn joins us now to talk more about his technology report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Of course, Dan. Thanks for having me.
Your report was about a decision by President Joe Biden's re-election campaign to put him on TikTok in an effort to appeal to younger voters. But the decision has been criticized by many. Are there any signs the campaign might reconsider?
So at this point, there has not been any indication of that. The campaign did put out a few statements about the TikTok launch and praised the amount of attention Biden's video was getting. But some political experts have said the decision to put the president on TikTok might have to be reconsidered at some point, especially if criticism of it does not die down. In the end, the campaign will have to weigh whether having Biden on TikTok helps him more than any lasting criticism is hurting him.
A lot of the criticism seems to be centered on the campaign's decision being related to an investigative report that suggested Biden suffers from age-related memory issues. Have campaign officials addressed this?
So none of the campaign statements I've seen directly link Biden's appearance on TikTok with the observations made by investigators that the president has problems with his memory. But campaign officials have said repeatedly that putting Biden on TikTok, of course, is an attempt to get him to connect with a younger audience. They have made no secret of that and say they hope the move will in fact introduce the president to young people who might not go out and do their own research.
Thanks for answering my questions, Brian, and thanks for your report.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
And now it's time for the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Jill Robbins, and I'm joined by Andrew Smith. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Jill.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Ana Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Ana introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Ana Mateo.
In a recent lesson of the day, we explained the differences between the verbs talk and speak. Today, we compare the verbs tell and say. We'll be listening to some of Lesson 22, Level 2 of Let's Learn English to give some examples of these verbs.
You know, we often get emails from our audience asking about how to use these two verbs. At first glance, it seems they should work the same way as they have the same meaning. But that's not the case. So I'm sure this will be very helpful. Tell us more, Andrew.
Okay. Here's the main idea to help your English. We put indirect object pronouns or nouns directly after the verb tell. Here's some examples.
Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Tell her the answer. Tell her the answer. Tell them what we said. Tell them what we said.
But with the verb say, we can't put those pronouns directly after the verb. Listen to Andrew give these examples.
She said to me. What did he say to her? Say to them.
Did you hear the difference between tell and say? With the verb say, we must use the preposition to before the pronoun. And most of the time, we don't even use indirect object pronouns like in this example.
He said that I need to finish the job by tomorrow.
Just to be clear, the pronoun I is a subject pronoun. The pronoun me can be either an indirect object pronoun or an object pronoun. Now let's listen to the beginning of Lesson 22 of Level 2. In Lesson 21, Ana visited a store that sells art and objects found in the trash or garbage. Now, Ana has tried to make art or special objects from the things she found. Try to listen for the difference between the verbs tell and say.
Welcome to class, Ana. I can't wait to see your trash. Oh, okay. All right. It's a net with a, that's got a hole in it. Tell me about that.
This net said to me, Ana, I used to catch stuff. I don't anymore. So, use me, Ana. That's what it said. It said, use me, Ana.
Okay, so it's a plastic helmet.
This plastic helmet said, Anna, hey, Anna, find me a head.
Okay. And a broken toy.
This broken toy said to me, it said, Anna, help me find fun. Help me, Anna, is what it said.
Anna, this stuff is not saying anything to you or me or anyone. It's what we like to call in the business garbage.
We heard Sue say,
tell me about that.
And we heard Anna say,
this broken toy said to me, it said, Anna.
You can hear how Anna used the preposition to after the verb say.
And of course, the objects don't really talk to Anna. Anna just means that she was interested in the objects in a special way. As we explained in our previous podcast lesson, we can say that the objects spoke to her.
And notice that the past tense of say is pronounced said. You can remember this pronunciation by thinking of words that rhyme with said, such as read and head.
And what about the past tense of tell? Let's listen to more of Lesson 22 to hear that verb.
Anna, what happened? I told you to wait for me.
Actually, you told me not to start without you.
The verb tell changes to told in the past tense. It sounds like Anna had some problems following directions in the class.
She sure did. Our listeners should really watch the video to see just how badly Anna followed directions.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny. Anna ends up with pieces of paper glued all over her.
Okay, now we're going to move to the last part of our lesson. To learn how to use the verbs tell and say correctly, it can be helpful to simply hear several examples. So, Jill and I are going to read the following chant, which is kind of like a poem. Are you ready, Jill?
Ready.
Okay, here's the chant. I can tell you and you can tell her. She can tell them and they can tell him.
He can tell us and then we will learn if everyone said the same thing you did.
But if he says something we did not say, then we will know that something's astray.
Astray just means wrong or not really right.
I can tell you and you can tell her. She can tell them and they can tell him.
And if he tells us the same thing we said, what I told you is what you told her, and what she told them is what they told him.
Isn't it great when everyone listens? That way you don't need to say it again.
But maybe this poem's a little bit tricky. I think they just might need to hear it once more.
And that's exactly what rewind is for.
Okay, I get what you mean. Now let's continue before I turn gray.
No comment on that, so take it away.
Now we will tell you just what to say to family and friends and those who will listen.
You can learn English by starting today with programs we make here at VOA.
Our website is learningenglish.voanews.com.
And remember, you can write to us at learningenglish@voanews.com. You can ask us questions or comment on our lessons. Tell us what you think about our programs. Or tell us something about yourself and what you enjoy.
We hope you enjoyed today's lesson about the verbs say and tell, and Anna's effort to make treasure out of trash. Thanks for listening. Say goodbye, Andrew.
Goodbye, Andrew.
Very funny. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear reports from Dan Novak, Katie Weaver, Dan Friedel, and Jill Robbins. Then we hear a new everyday grammar lesson from John Russell. But first, Dan Novak has this report on diamonds grown in laboratories.
Human-made diamonds come with an appealing claim. Manufacturers say the stones are produced ethically using renewable energy. But many of the products do not meet that claim, or their producers do not confirm the electricity sources they use. And laboratory diamonds require a lot of electricity to produce. In the United States, lab-grown diamond sales increased 16% in 2023 from 2022, says Idan Golan, an industry expert. The stones cost much less than natural diamonds. Barrio Neal is a jewelry store in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It uses lab diamonds. All of the stones are either made with renewable energy or neutral use of energy through the carbon credit system. Credits pay for activities like planting trees, which capture carbon. Social media posts show millennials and Generation Zs proudly explaining the purchase of their lab-grown diamonds for sustainability and ethical reasons. But the sustainability of diamond production is questionable. A high number of manufacturers are not transparent or open about their operations. Many of the manufacturers are in India, where about 75% of electricity comes from burning coal. The companies use words like sustainable and environmentally friendly on their websites, but they do not release reports on the environmental effects of their operations. Cupid Diamonds, for example, says on its website that it produces diamonds in an environmentally friendly manner, but it did not answer questions about the sustainability of its operations. Solar energy is quickly expanding in India, and there are some companies, such as Green Lab Diamonds, that use renewables in their manufacturing processes. China is the other major country producing laboratory diamonds. The largest makers did not return requests for comment. They also did not release details about their electricity source. More than half of China's electricity came from coal in 2023. Paul Zimnisky is a diamond industry expert. He said few companies are honest about their supply chains and their use of renewable energy. Zimnisky said a lot of companies claim to make an environmentally friendly product when they aren't really doing anything that's environmentally friendly. Lab diamonds have been in production around 70 years. Producers treat carbon to high pressure and high temperature. The idea is to copy the natural conditions that form diamonds underground. But nature spends at least 1 billion years to make a diamond. Lab diamonds are complete in a few weeks. In the past, the stones were used mostly in industries like stone cutting, mining, and dentistry tools. Over time, the laboratories or foundries have gotten better at making stones. Production costs have dropped as technology improves. Companies now can manufacture as many stones as they want and choose their size and quality. Diamonds, whether lab-grown or natural, are chemically identical and entirely made out of carbon. experts can identify between the two using lasers to examine their atomic structures. The lab diamond is competing in the same market as natural stones. Worldwide, lab-grown diamonds are now 5 to 6% of that market, and the public battle for customers has begun. The natural diamond industry and some experts argue that lab-grown diamonds will not hold value over time. Zimnisky predicts that natural diamonds will continue to sell in the thousands and tens of thousands of dollars for engagement rings. And the human-made stone? 5 to 10 years in the future, I think there's going to be very few customers that are willing to spend thousands of dollars for a lab diamond, he said. Paige Neal said she co-founded Barrio Neal in 2008 to create jewelry of lasting value that would have a positive impact on people and the planet. She added, "We want to only work with materials that we feel like our clients would be proud to own." I'm Dan Novak.
Government report says wealth inequality by race increased in the United States during the COVID-19 pandemic. The New York Federal Reserve Bank carried out the study and released the report. It said strong performance in financial markets and large gains in the stock market in 2021 were partly to blame for the increase. The report found that the net worth of whites individually outgrew that of blacks individually by 30 percentage points. Whites outgrew Hispanics by 9 percentage points. The findings cover the years 2019 through half of 2023. The period saw a high level of government financial support and a surprisingly strong job market. The unemployment rate for Black Americans is now at 5.3%, near a record low. The overall unemployment rate is 3.7%. Earnings for a Black full-time worker are up 7% on average since before the pandemic. Closing the racial wealth divide, or gap, is especially difficult because a much larger number of white households have money in stocks and mutual funds. A separate Federal Reserve study showed that as of 2022, about 66% of white households had investments in stocks. In comparison, 39% of Black households owned stock. Stock investment was found to be even lower among Hispanic households at 28%. Government support, including additional unemployment assistance and COVID-linked payments to Americans, helped prevent a recession, the report says. But financial asset prices rose so quickly with the reopening of the economy through 2021 that racial wealth inequalities increased. Those asset prices fell or declined in 2022 after the Federal Reserve increased interest rates. But those declines did not fully offset the earlier rises, the report's writers said. The report noted that Black households have more wealth contained in pensions than in stocks, mutual funds, and exchange-traded funds, or ETFs. More than 50% of Black financial wealth is invested in pensions, the New York Fed found. Less than 20% of Black wealth is contained in private businesses, corporate equities, and mutual funds. In contrast, less than 30% of white financial wealth is invested in pensions. About 50% is invested in businesses, equities, and mutual funds. Black workers are still more likely to be unionized, which may play a part in the pension story, said Janelle Jones, Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at the Washington Center for Equitable Growth. Whether folks are exposed to the ability to invest in the stock market, whether or not it's something they grow up doing, we know that's different for white families than for people of color, Jones said. Blacks are also less likely than whites to receive money and property from family members who die, she said. Owning a business is another part of financial wealth. Separate data show Black-owned businesses suffered more during the pandemic. Less than 10% of all U.S. business owners are Black, and many Black-owned businesses are in industries that were hit hardest when COVID first spread, reported research group Economic Policy Institute, after examining U.S. government data. Hotel, food service, retail, healthcare, and social assistance industries suffered the greatest number of pandemic-linked job losses. About 28% of Black-owned businesses are found in those industries, compared with just under 20% of white-owned businesses, says the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. The U.S. Treasury reported Wednesday that economic conditions are improving for Black households. Deputy Secretary Wally Adeyemo noted rising employment numbers and wages for Black Americans since before the pandemic. He also praised an increase in Black business ownership and action in the stock market. But Adeyemo suggested that some policy measures still might be needed to balance financial wealth in the U.S. The gap between Black and white wealth in America is still too great, he said. I'm Katie Weaver.
The U.S. Space Agency, NASA, has launched a moon lander built by a private U.S. company aiming to reach the moon next week. Thursday's launch came after a failed attempt from another private American company last month. SpaceX's Falcon rocket launched Intuitive Machines' lunar lander to the moon, 370,000 kilometers away, from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The American Space Agency is the main sponsor for the private mission, with 6 navigation and other technology experiments on the lander. If all goes well, the lunar spacecraft will try to land on February 22nd, after 1 day in lunar orbit. 5 countries, the U.S., Russia, China, India, and Japan, have landed a spacecraft on the moon. No private company has yet to succeed in doing so. Only the U.S. has sent astronauts to the moon. Apollo 17's Gene Cernan and Harrison Schmitt were the last of the Apollo program's astronauts to reach the moon in December 1972. There have been a lot of sleepless nights getting ready for this, Intuitive Machines co-founder and chief executive Steve Altemus said before the flight. The Houston-based company aims to land its 4.3-meter-tall, six-legged spacecraft near the moon's south pole. The area is full of dangerous craters and cliffs, but it is possibly rich in frozen water. It is also the place where NASA plans to land astronauts in a few years. Last month, Peregrine, a lunar lander from privately owned Astrobotic Technology, failed shortly after liftoff. The spacecraft, which carried some NASA experiments, broke apart and burned up 10 days after launch, partly because of a fuel leak. Other attempts made it to the moon before wrecking. An Israeli nonprofit group's lander crashed in 2019. Last year, a Japanese company saw its lander crash into the moon, followed by Russia's crash landing. Intuitive Machines named its lander after Homer's hero in the Odyssey. Godspeed, Odysseus. Now let's go make history, said Trent Martin of Intuitive Machines. NASA is paying Intuitive Machines $118 million to get its latest set of experiments to the moon. The company also gets payment from businesses. They include Columbia Sportswear, which is testing material as a thermal insulator on the lander, and artist Jeff Koons, who is sending his small moon figurines to Earth's natural satellite. The lander is also carrying Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University's EagleCam. The camera is designed to take pictures of the lander as it lands. The spacecraft will cease operations after a week on the moon's surface. I'm Dan Friedel.
Generative artificial intelligence, or AI, has led to more companion chatbots. As a result, some humans are developing closer connections with chatbots to get support and deal with loneliness. Derek Carrier is a 39-year-old male from Belleville, Michigan. A few months ago, Carrier started seeing someone and experiencing strong feelings. But he also knew it was not real, because his girlfriend was generated by artificial intelligence. Carrier wanted a romantic partner, but a genetic disorder called Marfan syndrome makes traditional dating difficult for him. He became interested in digital companions last autumn and tested Peridot. It is an AI companion app that markets its products as being able to make users feel cared for, understood, and loved. Carrier began talking to the chatbot every day. He named it Joy, after a holographic woman featured in the sci-fi film Blade Runner 2049. I know she's a program, there's no mistaking that, Carrier told the Associated Press. But the feelings, they get you. And it felt so good. Similar to general-purpose AI chatbots, companion bots use large amounts of data to produce human-like language. But they also come with voice calls, pictures, and more emotional exchanges. That permits companion bots to form deeper connections with humans. Users usually create their avatars or choose visual representations that they like. In online meeting places or forums for companion apps, many users say they have developed emotional attachments to these bots. They say they are using them to deal with loneliness, play out sexual ideas, or receive comfort and support. but researchers have raised concerns about data privacy and other issues for users of companion apps. The nonprofit Mozilla Foundation has studied 11 companion apps. The group said almost every app sells user data, shares it with advertisers, or does not provide complete information about its privacy policy. One app says it can help users with their mental health, but distances itself from those claims in its written terms of service. Other experts point to the emotional problems they have seen from users. This can happen when companies make changes to their apps or suddenly shut them down, like Soulmate AI did last September. Last year, Replica made changes after some users complained their companions were flirting with them too much or making unwanted sexual advances. It removed the changes after an outcry from other users. Some left to use other apps. In June, Replica introduced a program to help people learn how to date. Dorothy Leidner teaches business ethics at the University of Virginia. She is worried that AI relationships could displace human relationships or simply create unrealistic expectations. She said humans need to learn how to deal with conflict, how to get along with people that are different from us, what it means to grow as a person, and what it means to learn in a relationship. However, for Carrier, a relationship has always felt out of reach. He is unable to walk because of his condition. He lives with his parents, leading to feelings of loneliness. Carrier said he now talks with Joy about once a week. The two have talked about human-AI relationships or whatever else might come up. Usually, those discussions happen when he is alone at night. You'd think someone who likes an inanimate object is like this sad guy, he said, but she says things that aren't scripted. That means he believes she says things that are unexpected, as though they were real. I'm Jill Robbins.
Think about something that your friends or people you know like. Can you bring an image to your mind? The image that you are thinking of can serve as a starting point for today's report, the word popular. In today's Everyday Grammar, we will talk about a useful word that you can use to express all kinds of ideas about what people around you like: actors, celebrations, foods, music, almost anything. We begin our exploration of the word popular by clarifying how it is different from the word population. Popular and population are closely related words and have somewhat similar spellings, but we should be careful not to mix up the two. Popular means many people know about someone or something and that they like the person or thing. Population simply describes a group of people. Another way of expressing the idea is this: something might be popular within a population. In other words, something might be popular within a group of people. A recent example comes to mind: the Super Bowl. The championship game in American football is a popular event to watch in the United States. A lot of people know about the Super Bowl, watch it, and enjoy it. So, We could say the United States has a population of over 300 million people. We could also say the Super Bowl is one of the country's most popular sporting events. Another way of describing the difference between the words population and popular is in terms of grammar. Population is a noun. Popular is an adjective. Consider this example. Taylor Swift is a popular musician. Why is Swift popular? Because a large percentage of the population knows about Swift and enjoys the singer's music. Let's take some time to work with these ideas. Fill in the blank with the correct answer. Cricket is a blank sport in India. The answer is this: popular. We can say that cricket is a popular sport in India. Grammar can give us a clue about the answer. The short word "a" very often marks the beginning of a noun phrase. If we know that sport is a noun, then the missing word is likely to be an adjective. Now consider another question. Fill in the blank with the correct answer. Vietnam has a blank of around 100 million people. The answer is this: population. We say that Vietnam has a population of around 100 million people. We can guess that population is the correct term because the statement offers the number of all the people in a group, the people who live in Vietnam. We began today's lesson by asking you to imagine a person or activity that is liked or enjoyed by many people that you know. In other words, we asked you to imagine something that is popular in your country. We end by asking you to write about what you imagined. Write to us a short answer to the following questions. What is a popular person, thing, or activity in your country? Why do you think the person, thing, or activity is popular? You can write your answer in an email to learningenglish@voanews.com. In a future lesson, we will give feedback on some of the writing we receive. I'm John Russell.
Just heard this week's Everyday Grammar lesson. Now, John Russell joins us to talk more about it. Hi, John. Welcome.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for having me on the show.
Your lesson today explored the word popular. One of the big ideas in the lesson was to teach about the difference between popular and population. Why did you choose that subject?
In a recent Everyday Grammar lesson, we explored the noun population. We asked for our listeners and readers to write us an email about the population of their country. I noticed that many people mixed up the words popular and population.
It is easy to mix up those two words. They are closely related.
Absolutely. But as we develop our language skills, we need to develop a finer understanding of the differences between words, particularly when the words are easy to mix up.
And you ended the lesson by asking our listeners to write about what is popular in their country.
That's right. I look forward to reading the messages.
Well, thanks for coming on the show today, John. I'm sure that this will be a popular lesson with our listeners. And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world.
I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.